Good morning. Thanks for coming. We're going to get started here in just a minute, so get your last cup of coffee. Welcome to day one of a two-day event about driving change, securing tenure, innovations in land and property rights, hosted by New America. We're hosting Princeton's Institute for Sustainable Studies here today. Very excited about this. If there's any tweeters in the audience, the hashtag is hashtag ISS cases. And if you're watching on the live stream, you can tweet questions there. So to start the day, we're going to have Professor Emery Slaughter, Peter Rabley, and Jennifer Widener. We're going to start with Emery Slaughter, who is the CEO of New America and doesn't really need an introduction. So it's my great honor right now to introduce Emery Slaughter. Peter's about to walk in.
I like the fact that Mike actually said needs no introduction and then gave no introduction. Generally when people do that, they say needs no introduction and then go on for 5 minutes. So I compliment you. You know, it's a Princeton event when I get called professor again. That's been a while. But I have a number of things to say. This is a particularly sweet event for me because I was the dean of the Woodrow Wilson School when ISS was founded. Indeed, I was explaining to some of you yesterday that I recruited Jennifer, and one of my jobs as dean of the Wilson School was to rebuild our international relations and comparative politics faculty. And I had known Jennifer from when we were at Harvard together, and I went all out to recruit her successfully, happily. And part of what she wanted to do was this work. She didn't know that it was this work exactly. What she knew was, with her deep Africa expertise, coming to the politics department and the Woodrow Wilson School, jointly appointed, that she wanted to draw on her knowledge of Africa, do work on the ground that would be directly relevant in policy circles. And you would think, well, yes, if it was the Woodrow Wilson School of Public and International Affairs, isn't that what you're supposed to do? Yes, but it wasn't always so obvious to the university. I think that's a fair statement. So I, as dean, put in initial funding and supported what was then the Program on Fragile States and is now ISS. And I'm thrilled to see that in some ways things have come full circle for me and that our Future of Property Rights initiative started to work with ISS through OMIDJAR, even with really without my knowledge. So when Mike originally said this, I'm like, yes, this is fabulous. I think ISS is wonderful. I will say one other thing about that history, which is just the shift from the Program on Fragile States to Innovations in Successful Societies tells you something quite important. It is more important to focus on the positive, on the resilience, on what makes for success in what are often fragile societies than to focus on fragility, a general life lesson as far as I'm concerned, but certainly something I think in this work that is very important to do. So I couldn't be happier to have Jennifer here on stage. The second thing to talk about is why the Future of Property Rights Initiative is so important for New America. Now, part of this is technology. One of the things that led me to leave not just the Wilson School, but academia for New America was that I saw New America as a place that not only did technology policy, but had technologists on staff. We had engineers here, we had designers here, data scientists here, and as somebody who spent my life studying, teaching, and practicing public policy, I am passionate about the need to combine technology and public policy, to bring together what technology can do, which also means understanding what it can't do, and I'll come back to that in a minute, with the traditional tools of public policy, which are mostly law, economics, and of course, deep expertise in a particular area. It is striking to me that even today at the Kennedy School, the Wilson School, many great public policy programs, students can graduate without knowing anything about technology. We don't make them economists, but we at least teach them enough to ask important questions of economists. We should be doing at least that much in technology, and even better, we should be having joint degrees with computer science, data science, design, all the different disciplines that feed into what we think of as technology. And I am talking about information and communications technology, primarily, digital technology. So I love the tech focus here, but I will say, it isn't just technology. It's and you know this. I went through your case studies. It's technology, ideology, sociology, and we could add others, but let's take those three. So many of these cases are about what happens when technology runs into politics. And in Washington, I talk tech all day. In California, I talk politics and policy all day. I'm constantly pushing on, wait a minute, the technology will not succeed of its own. It must be married with an understanding of culture, of society, of the local politics, of the national politics, and that's what this program is putting together. It does not think that having an electronic land registry just, whoop, magic. It's all done. It says having an electronic land registry, when combined with an understanding and knowledge of the local culture and the politics, then, and there's still no magic bullet, but then we have new tools married with deep knowledge of the kind that you do in comparative politics and sociology and history. And other, I actually would add literature, but maybe that's going yet in another direction. But then you have a better chance of succeeding. So technology, ideology, and new ideas, particular political ideologies, and sociology together is really what New America is about. Now, the last thing I want to say is, why host this wonderful international global program at something called New America? And as many of you know, I've made my career in international relations, international law, foreign policy. Why New America? It's actually a question I often get. Why did you leave international relations to run something called New America? Well, a number of reasons, but here's why I think it's okay, more than okay, good, to be hosting something like this project, which is global, at New America. We believe in networks. And we're all here supported by the Omidjar network, so I don't think I have to talk about the value of networks particularly. But I have spent 25 years studying networks and have just published a book on the strategy of connection, what it means to build networks strategically, and how you exercise network power and how you lead in networks. And in a network, you do not lead through command. You lead through connection and cultivation and curation and cross-fertilization and being a catalyst. From that point of view, New America is a place that is dedicated to solving America's public problems, both in domestic policy and foreign policy. It sees itself as a central hub in what I would love to be a global network of New India, New South Africa, New Jamaica, not controlled by New America, quite the contrary, and quite possibly having different names, but places in other countries that would bring together technology, politics, and policy, bottom-up change as well as top-down change. New America, just like, in my view, America the country, the United States as a country, is a central hub. What does it mean to be a hub? It means to disseminate ideas, but also to take in ideas. You cannot lead in a network without taking in as much as you put out. So that vision of what we do here doesn't make us the hub, certainly doesn't make us in control, means we are a place that supports that cross-fertilization of ideas and that thinks about leadership itself and public problem solving itself in a different way. So all told, I couldn't be happier to be partnering with ISS. I couldn't be happier about the connection between technology, ideology, and sociology, and real bottom-up work, as well as top-down lawmaking and norm shift. And finally, although we're at New America today, I can imagine future meetings at whatever the equivalent is in multiple countries around the world. And with that, it's my pleasure to turn it over. Is Peter here? Did he? Right there. Sorry, your head was down, to Peter Rabley.
Thank you, Anne-Marie, and welcome everyone. It's very exciting to see this day come to fruition. First of all, a few thank yous. Thank you to Jennifer and Pallavi and Maya and her team at ISS. They've done a fantastic job, and we're very excited today to see the results and to hear from the different protagonists. Thank you, Anne-Marie and Mike Grelia, who's in the back there, yep, and New America for hosting and being engaged. I think this is what we hope is the first of many of these types of events. And thank you to all of you who've traveled so far. I know some of you have come quite a long way. I see some familiar faces, and I know they've come from literally halfway around the world. So we look forward to hearing from you directly and give us color and detail around these use cases. So I think it was about 2 years ago or so, Jennifer, I think? 18 months. She remembers it well. That's all right. I won't probe that. But 18 months ago, we approached Jennifer because Jennifer had actually already done a case study on the Georgian land registry, if I remember. And actually one of our employees in London used to be at ISS with Jennifer. And so there was good connection already to work with ISS and the team. And the idea that our team came up with was that I think as a community in the land and property rights space, we're very good at describing in great detail all the problems that we have and how complex land and property rights are and how we have to be so careful about all the nuances and how things are so different everywhere in the world. And there's special cases. And that if we don't pay attention to all these special cases, we'll never move forward and get anywhere. And we were struck by how little in our minds we had in terms of solutions, presentations of solutions. And we asked around and said, there have to be some solutions out there. People have to have dealt with this problem. It can't be all problems and woe is me type of thing. There must be some solutions. And if we don't have solutions, then we have a problem. But if we do find some solutions, let's dig into them. Let's find out what they did, how they solved the problems, what were the challenges, and see what we get. And I think as you see, and if you've read the case studies, you'll see actually there are a couple of common themes that come out. One is that it is a big problem. Two, it's not an easy problem to solve. It takes time. It takes a lot of resources. And what all of the case studies show is that when you commit time and resources, you can get success. And what I was struck by is how similar many of these case studies are. Many of them have to do with institutional reform. Many of them have to deal with organizational change, resistance to change from within, the way things have been done for a very long time. It's very hard to question and say, do we need to continue to do this simply because we've always done it that way? And then I think external drivers, as you saw from Landgate, from Terranet, and even from Jamaica, pressures coming from the outside, market forces saying you need to keep up with demand, and agencies realizing they were struggling in keeping up with demand. Agencies realizing that information technology was changing so quickly that they were not in a position to take advantage of the IT, and nor was that skill set theirs, and that their skill set was something else. And I think you'll hear about those in today's presentations. So I'm very excited with the result. Again, really would like to thank Jennifer, Pallavi, and Maya for the hard work. I think these are very important use cases now that hopefully will go into the literature. We hope they'll be used as part of online courses, MOOCs. We hope that it'll be picked up in educational material elsewhere. And I guess what I would throw out is we're very interested in hearing from you today what you think we could do as a next step. If this is just the beginning, what could come next? What could we do? How could we expand the use of this material how could we even generate additional material? Because while this is the end of this particular chapter, we'd like to open up and see what the next one might be. So thank you all again very much for coming. I hope this is, and I'm sure it will be, a very vibrant discussion today, and I look forward to meeting all of you throughout the course of the day. Thank you again.
So thank you all for coming today. And because I'm a professor, I can be a little bit more forthright and say, you have an assignment today, and it will be graded. So let me just say a few more words about the focus of today. I think Peter and Anne-Marie have set this up beautifully, and I thank them very, very much for that. So I want to say a few words about the focus, the purpose of the cases, what your role is, I hope, in the course of the day, and for those who are staying for tomorrow as well. And I want to offer some additional thanks. And maybe I should offer those additional thanks first, because when we started this emphasis on land tenure and land registries 18 months ago, there were actually two partners. The OMDR network was a tremendous partner in this, but the UK Department for International Development also joined us. And DFID has financed about half of this program, and although you're not looking at all of the work that they have supported, some of that's still in the field, I think they've been a very important element of this as well. So thank you to New America, to Mike Graglia and Anne-Marie for participating in this. Thank you very much, the OMDR network, which has done so much on this subject and has help bring this together, and thanks also to DFID. So let me say a few more words about the purpose. You are really at the center of this. 18 months ago, a little bit longer than that, we said, what are some of the really tough problems with which reform leaders in governments around the world really struggle? And land tenure security is a big one. Land tenure security was a repeated theme in the interviews we were conducting with reform leaders everywhere. It affected economic growth, it affected conflict levels, it affected forest protection, and so many other things. So we thought, we really ought to do something with this, but we entered this area with great trepidation because, as you know, because you are the people who do this, it's highly technical. And we thought, ooh, do we really have the skill to do this? Now, we are not emulating what you do. We are the loyal scribes. That's kind of the role of a university. We go out there with our analytic tools in the social sciences and the writing tools and the capacity, the space in a university to try to pull things together. But I regard us as kind of loyal scribes with maybe a little extra twist on it. And we said, we can help you share your experiences in order to advance innovation and learning in this area. So you're really at the center of this. And we can not only help practitioners like you share ideas and maybe find those solutions Peter referred to, but we can also channel this into training a rising generation. That's what universities do. So channel the learning into public policy programs or business school programs or other kinds of programs to help people who are learning to work in this area know more about some of the implementation challenges they're going to face, some of the design challenges they're going to face, and perhaps tactics for getting around some of those big challenges. So that's our second mission. And we have a third mission, which is to back out some kind of academic scholarship as well. But I won't go into that. So that's how we got involved in this. And there are really two strands of work. One focuses on land registries, trying to improve performance, and by that I mean reduce error rates, improve delivery times, so it's a business process issue, protect from undue influence, corruption, and this is extremely important in many parts of the world. We certainly work in a lot of countries where land registries are not secure, and for this reason, it's very hard for people to invest in their land to improve agricultural production or whatever else. So land registries are one strand, and we have one panel today focused on land registry improvements, and that's going to focus on Canada, Jamaica, and Australia. Canada having pioneered some approaches, Jamaica having learned from that, other countries having done so further, and Australia having done some things to push the envelope a little further. We invite you to offer reflections based on other situations you know. We've obviously worked in other parts of the world on this too. The other panel today taps the other strand of this work, which is really land tenure systems and improving land tenure security by trying to come up with systems, legal systems and practical systems that will help people secure their land rights further. And we're going to introduce some of these tough problems by going shortly to a two-person panel on South Africa, which Peter Rapley and I agreed was kind of ground zero for this, because South Africa has layer after layer of challenges. So we decided, well, let's take the hard cases, and we're going to take two examples of, and I'll say partial success, but more success than most have had. We're going to take on two examples this morning and see where they might translate usefully. And then we're going to, later in the day, look at Mozambique and Tanzania. And we'll consider some other cases as well, but we want to think about land tenure systems that are particularly useful if you have people who've been living in communal areas or who graze animals together and cultivate together. These are particularly challenging situations, especially where there has been no effort at formalization in the past. So we're inviting you to participate heavily in this. This is your homework assignment. Not homework, you're going to do this here. But we're asking you to draw on your experience, to throw us tough questions, to throw the people on the panels tough questions. Think about, well, where does this approach have some potential utility? What are the pros and cons of this? How do you mitigate the downsides? How do you amplify the strengths in each instance? And then for those who stay tomorrow, we're inviting you to help us develop the kind of teaching materials. These cases are like Harvard Business School cases. They put the practitioner in the driver's seat, and then they walk people with a great deal of operational detail through the steps taken and how they dealt with some of the implementation challenges and the design challenges. But if you're teaching these cases, whether in a staff training college or to a group of your peers in a land registry or in a classroom in a public policy program, what does the instructor need to know that's extra? So what other angles should we be bringing into this? We want to talk a little bit about that and how you develop a curriculum around these. So there again, we are enlisting your help, and we'd really appreciate all of your ideas. And tomorrow will be breakout groups, so small group discussions, and then we'll come back together. So let me leave it there. There is one additional person I'd like to thank. This was a talented team of ISS researchers because they had to master a lot of new material very quickly and integrate both interviews that they conducted with a lot of other forms of data. And Leon Schreiber, who is our researcher based in South Africa, has played a really central role in that, as is Maya Gaynor. And I think Leon, you didn't get mentioned, so there you are. And Leon has been key in this as well. So with no further ado, we're going to move into the first panel, which, as I said, is really on South Africa, with layers and layers of challenges. And I'm going to invite David Mason and Catherine Ewing to come up. I think we're already mic'd up for this. So I'll do the introduction up here too.
This is the clicker for you.
There you go. So our first guest today, I've got probably two mics going here, but our first guest today is David Mason, who helped facilitate an effort to improve security of land tenure in a communal area in South Africa. And as many of you know, this is a particularly challenging problem in South Africa because you had former homelands and you had colored reserves under the apartheid system. And the question is, how do you secure land tenure now in the new era? David is going to explain how one community did this successfully. I think many others have wrestled with this problem. He helped facilitate this in Ebenezer in the Western Cape. And he found an approach that has worked, although it's still in progress. David is with, and I'm going to mispronounce it, Pulusani, what we would call a non-governmental organization, right, in South Africa. Our second guest is Catherine Ewing, who is director of the Violence Prevention through Urban Upgrading Program in Cape Town. And she is going to explain how VPUU worked with residents of a peri-urban community where violence was a problem and where people migrants had moved into the area and had no secure land rights. How they tried to introduce an occupancy certificate to give people a little bit more stability. It's short of full ownership, but an occupancy certificate that would allow people to have an address, qualify for services then, the kinds of services other people had available to them, serve as a basis for, say, a cell phone contract, and perhaps serve as the basis of other forms of collateral so they could invest in their land. And the aim was partly to bring down levels of violence, but also to spur greater investment in the area. And there are lots of interesting levels of this problem as well. So we're going to dig into the complexities in this instance, both land tenure systems, the legal side of this, and the registry side, because certainly in the Mozambique Park case in Cape Town, you had to figure out how you create a registry for this. How do you make these systems manageable for a registry? So we're going to turn to David first, and then to Catherine, and then we're going to open it to Q&A, and I will try to accumulate a few questions and throw them to the panelists. Take it away, David.
Thanks. Can I move that out the way? Morning, everybody.
Yeah, it's great.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Yeah? Not. Is this working? Hello? No. There you go. It's really great to be here to share our experiences and to hear and share with others who are facing very similar challenges, I think, to what we are. The way you pronounce the company is Puhlisani. It means to develop. It's really an instruction to people to develop. Okay. The rights of the poor who live on and make use of communal land across the globe are increasingly insecure and under threat. Their vulnerability is heightened when, firstly, land governance and administration systems are weak, when land is managed by external officials, and when there is inadequate recordal of rights. Insecure land rights opens the door for elite capture and makes rights holders reluctant to invest their labor and money into that land. Land activists across the world are in search of remedies to reverse this toxic trend. And we argue that partial immunity lies in the development and legal recognition of local land governance and recordal systems which enhance local control and which are backed by legal reforms that provide legally secure rights. Sorry, just getting used to this thing. There you go. We're busy doing this in Ebenezer, with the Ebenezer community on the west coast of South Africa. And I want to talk about this experience with the Ebenezer community who've been living on this land for many centuries. But before I talk about Ebenezer specifically, I want to contextualize this process in three ways. Firstly, by looking at the broad history of dispossession in South Africa. Secondly, by looking at the land reform program in South Africa. and thirdly, by looking a bit at the history of Ebenezer itself. The San and Khoi people are considered to be the indigenous people of South Africa. And when the Europeans first set up a naval supply station in Cape Town in 1652, the San and Khoi were living across various parts of South Africa. Colonial expansion and the development of agriculture in the Cape relied on slave labor. And the Khoi San fought many wars of resistance, but were either turned into slaves or vagrants on their own land. And until 1834, beg your pardon, most farm labor was based either on slavery or on restrictions, vagrancies, with restrictions contained in the various Khoi codes and vagrancy ordinances. Many of the Khoi San settled on mission stations, which became established across South Africa. And they did this to resist the oppressive laws and to retain at least some access to land. Wars of conquest waged in the 19th century meant that by 1900, most of South Africa was under colonial control. The process of creating black homelands and colored or mixed race reserves was the cornerstone of apartheid. And it meant that when by 1994, just 13% of South Africa was in the hands of black people. And the remaining 87% was either owned by white-owned companies, individuals, and the state. Let's turn to land reform in South Africa. With the end of formal apartheid in 1994, we introduced a land reform program which was based on the property clause in the Constitution. And it has three legs of the land reform. Firstly, restitution. That is where individuals or groups or communities that were dispossessed of land under the previous governments could claim restitution of that land, either restoration of the land, alternative land, or cash compensation. The second component of land reform is around redistribution. Those people that had never had any access to land can apply and get access to land for a variety of needs. And the third is tenure reform, where those that are living on land currently but with very insecure rights are able to then access support to strengthen those rights, the tenure reform. There has, however, been significant failure of land reform since 1994. Over 8 million hectares have been transferred, and at least 50% of that land is either or underutilized. Importantly, the majority of this land is held by communal entities, land property entities, either trusts or communal property associations. The Department of Rural Development and Land Reform that is responsible for these CPAs reported in 2016 that only 208 of 1,490 of these entities were compliant with the law. The rest were not. This failure of land reform is extremely complex and involves many factors, but we argue that the lack of governance and administration of land rights is one of the most important factors in this regard. Let's turn to Ebenezer's history. The Ebenezer community descended primarily from the Khoi people, the indigenous people of South Africa. And when the whites arrived in that area in the early 1800s, they found the community there. The state allocated some crown land to the mission church and to the community under the management of the church. And so at that time, the first time the Ebenezer community got access and rights, formal rights to land was in 1837. But that land access was under the management of the church, the Rhenish mission church at that point. In 1909, a law was passed which transferred the land allocated to many mission stations back under the control of the church, of the state. The policy priority, this is early 1900, sort of 1900 to 1930. The policy priority for government was creating opportunities for poor whites, many of whom were dispossessed of land in the wars between the British and the Boers right at the end of the 19th century. For Ebenezer, this focus had devastating consequences for the community. The state decided to build a dam and a canal system to provide an affirmative action land reform program for poor whites. And this targeted the Ebenezer community, which was located at the end of the canal system. So the state passed a law which dispossessed the community of the most productive part of their land and removed them to alternative but inferior land over the hill, adding a number of other portions of land in the process. On this reallocated land, 153 families were allocated a plot, a house plot, an arable plot with water, and communal grazing land. And that number of land rights holders remains today. So there are still 153 plot holders with 1.6 hectares of land and 8 grazing camps, which are subdivided into sub-camps for rotational grazing purposes. The community, in the meantime, has grown to 2,500 people. This land continues to be owned at the moment by the national state, and the land rights have been managed with various degrees of success by the municipality. When we began our work at Ebenezer in 2013, we found the following. There was no management of land rights by the municipality. 65 of the 153 plot rights holders had not been formally allocated after the death of the former rights holders. And disputes were aplenty amongst the rights holders and within the community generally. On the grazing areas, communal grazing areas, 97 individuals without formal rights were on that land farming with sheep and cattle. And there was significant elite capture by some people who were able to keep others out of the areas that they were allocated. So for Ebenezer, there are 2 land reform processes. One is restitution for the land that they were dispossessed of. The second is tenure reform, strengthening the rights on the land that they are on. I'm only going to deal with the tenure reform processes given the focus of today's discussion. The applicable legislation there is the Transformation of Certain Rural Areas Act. And that really is focused on all these mixed race or colored reserves, of which there are 23 in South Africa. And it requires the community to decide who will be the future owner of that land and management of that land. They can decide to cut it up and divide it amongst them. They can decide to hand it over to the municipality for the municipality to manage it on their behalf. Or they can decide to hold it as a community, establishing a communal property entity, which is what Ebenezer decided to do. They established what's called a communal property association. So there are 2 focuses of our interventions. One is on the ground, developing local tenure arrangements at Ebenezer. The second focus is at a national level, a broader policy intervention to develop a national recordal system which recognizes communal land rights within a land rights continuum. So there were 3 processes that we then undertook at Ebenezer. The first was to manage a land rights inquiry process to clarify who has what rights to the different portions of land. The second was to facilitate a participatory design of new tenure arrangements at Ebenezer, which would be under community control. And the third was to design an appropriate local land rights recordal system on the land. The land rights inquiry involved 5 processes. The first was the enumeration of rights holders. Who says that they have a right to land? The second was adjudication. And with adjudication, it was very important for us to understand the difference and the relationship between customary understanding of land right and the formal legislated manner in which land rights were obtained and transferred. We looked at certification. In adjudicating, did the person have a certificate? who's actually using the land now? So who has the de facto rights to the land on the ground? And then we looked at, was this person who says that they had a right eligible to be a member of the CPA, the Communal Property Association, according to the membership criteria? The third component in our land rights inquiry was around mediation and arbitration. There were a number of conflicts and disputes around the allocations that were made. The fourth was to then take that to the municipality, who is the formal administrator of the land, to get that confirmed and passed in a municipal council resolution. Once that had happened, then we facilitated on the ground agreements around boundaries. So we got neighbors to come together at the boundaries and say, is this the agreed place? Yes, and we took the coordinates and then got them to sign an agreement that that was where it was. The second component was developing what we call the land use management system, essentially the tenure arrangements for the future. What we did there was firstly, we researched and provided technical detail about each of the different land parcels on the land. We then conducted a community process which involved people dividing up into focus groups. Those focus groups then visited the different portions of land, came back and developed proposals around what kind of land rights, what kind of management systems, what are the responsibilities of each individual, and so forth. And then presented that to the plenary, which was then critiqued. We, as Puhlisani, then wrote that up into proposals which are in the process of going through the community for final acceptance. This participatory process that we ran was extremely successful. For the first time, community felt that they were involved in determining their future of how the land should be, what rights should be there, how it should be managed, and so forth. And for the municipality and the Department of Agriculture, it was the first time that they'd been involved in a process, and they were also very excited about it. Some of the key issues that emerged out of this process were the following. Firstly, how do we clarify individual rights on community land, communal land? And it was agreed, in the absence of other forms of formal rights, it was agreed to provide members with title, but with restrictions in that title deed, that if they wanted to sell or transfer that land, it had to go to a member of the Communal Property Association. The second was how to clarify, given the nature that grazing rights, that it was communal grazing, how to clarify that right. What kind of right should it be? Eventually, a fully tradable communal grazing right was agreed to. And then finally, it was around management. How should this land be managed, given its community land? So in that process, the CPA appoints a manager, but there is an association of users that works with the manager. With regard to the recordal system, there's currently no system of recording communal rights in a local and national register in South Africa. So for Ebenezer, we're drawing on the thinking and development of such systems internationally. And we've decided to go with the social tenure domain model, which has been designed and developed by the Global Land Tool Network, connected to the UN Habitat. This approach seeks to clarify the nature of the rights that a person or group has to a specific spatial unit, a piece of land, water body, or natural resource. The design of this at Ebenezer has been quite challenging, but we're making progress, working very closely with GLTN. The objective is that this recordal and management system of rights will be locally controlled by the CPA so that there's community control. This requires a recordal system which is cheap, which is locally operated and easy to update, but which is linked into the national system to allow oversight and further formalization if required. Our work at Ebenezer is linked to our national policy interventions to find remedies against elite capture. South African property law does not easily accommodate communal land rights, and the absence of such a law is one of the reasons that the rights of people in such circumstances are so vulnerable. Putlisane is playing a leading role in a broader intervention to reform property law in South Africa. And the aim would be to provide for local management and register of rights, which cascades up through the municipality into the National Deeds Office. The intervention is located within a national titling debate where individual title is considered the apex of property rights. Oh, that's it. So the jury is still out about how successful this intervention will be, but it's critical in South Africa where over 30 million people live in contexts where their rights fall outside of the formal property system. So our aim has been to avoid capture of land by elites in communities and to achieve the land tenure security objective which is espoused in our constitution. And the key lessons that we've drawn from this experience are, firstly, with land rights inquiries, we must really spend time to understand the nature of the rights in custom, in law, and on the ground. Secondly, the process to clarify and formalize the land rights and tenure arrangements must be participatory in design, involving as many of the community members as possible to ensure and enable sufficient consensus. These processes must be practical, affordable, and supported by adequate technical information so that people can make proper decisions. The recordal systems must be sufficiently flexible to capture and certify the range of rights making up the continuum in each context. Fourthly, the land rights management and recordal systems must be supported by the local state in order to enable local level landholding entities to implement the agreed tenure system and to contain the power of local elites to appropriate resources beneficial to the poor. Finally, the record systems must link into national formal recordal systems, otherwise the nature of these local rights will be undermined and relegated to second-class status. So these have been our experiences at Ebenezer. I'm really putting it out there. We're in the process of establishing these. The days are still early, but really looking forward to sharing and hearing some more on the processes involved in other areas. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I feel quite privileged to carry on the South African context, and we take the front floor at the beginning of this 2 days. So thank you very much for everybody involved in this whole process. Thank you very much to all the people back home as well, particularly the CEO of VPU, Michael Krauser. So I just wanted to say a very, very big thank you to him and all the partners we have. We spoke about networks in the beginning, and I think it's an amazing network and an opportunity to have. So thank you. Right, so I'm going to zoom us into Cape Town and straight into a case study. So we're going from rural South Africa to urban South Africa. So Monwabisi, it means hope. And I purposefully separated that there. The case study is about hope, and I never give up. We've been working there for 7 years now, and I still believe that we have some good examples, and I still believe that we have hope. So this is the current situation that we do have in Cape Town around housing delivery. We've been stuck in a housing delivery system in Cape Town that delivers a one house, one plot scenario. But what we experience is very different from this in the informal areas we're working in. And I think that we need to change. We're in a point in South Africa where we have to change. If we don't change, our issues of crime, our issues of violence, extreme violence, and all our general social issues will be extreme. So I'm just going to explain a bit about VPUU, is that it's not only around land tenure. For us, it's about a lot more that we deal with. So we deal with a strategy that starts with prevention, particularly crime prevention, but what we do is we turn it around and we start with the innovation. So we work with early childhood development in youth and local economic development. Some of these things will fall in, but I just wanted to explain it at the beginning. The other is also, like the previous example, is working with the community. So it's not only working with the community, it's working with the government as well. And there are lots of challenges of being the person in the middle, the mediator, the facilitator, the intermediary. But we believe that partnerships are at the core of this, and they need to be fostered and also cared for. We deal with the protection, and this is where my main realm falls into the spatial planning and the built environment area. But it's also about neighborhoods providing equal access and rights to the communities. It's also dealing with the residents' vulnerability. And last, we deal with evidence-based. It's about research and development, working with people with technology on the ground, but also working with the soft sides and measuring the quality of life. We found these to be incredibly valuable in working with governments as well in terms of being able to show service delivery and what actually service delivery means on the ground. So I'm going to zoom us into Cape Town. It's quite a long way from here, as I've realized. So we work in Cape Town and Paarl and Villiersdorp. So we work in a big metro city, we work in a medium-sized city in Paarl, and a rural town of Villiersdorp. In Cape Town, we work in predominantly 3 areas, but the area I'm going to show you today is called Khayelitsha. It's about 35 kilometers from the city center. So we started in 2009, actually, and with the city of Cape Town, the municipal government, and it was about a revised approach to upgrading of informal settlements in South Africa. Something had to change. We could not keep going. We couldn't just ignore the informal settlements that we have. But it's moving from not only an infrastructure-based approach to a more holistic-based approach about the quality of life and the built environment. For us, that automatically changes the levels of crime. It's about an approach based on needs and priorities identified through the involvement of communities. And it's about the implementation of pilot projects to identify and test the methodologies and processes. We haven't got any solutions as such, but we're working on processes. And I think that to get away from the idea of a product is something that is incredibly important for us. So we started with in an informal settlement called Mozambique Park, but I think we didn't start with tenure. We started with a variation of different levels of the spatial environment, and some of those were looking at a safety strategy, an education strategy, particularly for young children, a tenure strategy, and also looking at movement networks, linking it to technical infrastructure, working with the municipality and the city of Cape Town. So that's what I wanted to say. We didn't start out with tenure. Tenure was something that we realized was very important as we went along. But in terms of tenure, what did we find out? We found out that we needed to incrementally secure tenure through both administrative mechanisms at an individual level, whilst also legal recognition that secures the formal status of the settlement as a whole. They had to work together. However, since that, and all the challenges that we've experienced along the way, we have also added a third one, which was around securing the public realm for long-term development at a precinct scale. This is something that in informal settlements you don't often have. You don't have land that is institutionally set aside for public facilities or public walkways. So back in 2010, we started with Urban Landmark with Lauren Royston and Tessa Cousins and Mark Napier. and the City of Cape Town going through workshops to try and understand. And although we said it's a step-by-step process, we realized it wasn't quite step-by-step. So the first one was around the status quo, what it is, and carrying out an enumeration, and that was considered step one. Step two was supposed to be the legal recognition, so we proclaim the area and go through land use management applications, etc. And that would lead then to securing the long-term tenure. And that seems quite simple when you put it in step 1, 2, and 3. But it's not that simple. And we often flipped between the long-term number 3 with the community, saying what is the long-term vision, and then going back to step 2, and then back to step 1, all at the same time. So let's just get to the context. Mozambique Park. Some of the facts. 25,000 people. It's a big informal settlement. It could be the size of a small town in Italy. We have 6,472 households, and I can say that from an enumeration. However, we do have changes, but that's good. Life changes. People die, people are born, and so it goes on. We have about 65 households for a working tap, and 19 households share a toilet. That's a lot. However, 79% of the residents feel they'll be living in Mozambique Park in 5 years' time. And that was through a survey we conducted last year. 85% of the registered households are on the community register. That sort of flips between 80 to 90% because people also change. So that also is something we have to monitor. And 59% of the residents perceive that they feel safer after receiving tenure certificate. We work very closely with the local community. So we have the local leadership is called the Safe Node Area Committee. So they're not only a political group, they range and they are inclusive of faith-based and youth organizations as well. We're on 4 parcels of land here. It's owned by between the City of Cape Town and the Western Cape government. So we are on government land, the informal settlement, but we also are adjacent to a nature reserve, and then on the other side we have formal Kyrgyzstan. We've done a mapping process since 1996, and we continue to do a mapping process. We have much better technology and aerial photography at our fingertips than what we did when we started. I think that's also something that we've experienced over the 7 years is access to information, and the way we can use technology, cell phone apps, etc., is so much more advanced and really does help the process. Just a quick snippet. So this, I'm constantly on the ground taking photographs. So just in a few years, somebody painted their house, they claimed the area, they claimed the front space. On a more institutional level, 2012, an Mtonjeni is a public space. That's what happened. We had a creche developed there. So let's just quickly go through administrative recognition. So it goes back to what was called the Book of Life. And I called it the Book of Life as well because it's like this big Harry Potter book. And I think I described that to Leon. And I was amazed when I saw this book. But when I looked at it, it didn't hold a registry that was viable or have any rights to it. So that was when we decided that land tenure actually was a very important part of what we were doing in the informal settlements. If it has a history of what was given to the area through the years from 1997. Also, what was quite important, and it was quite hard to find one of these, was a service registration card. But we did find one, and it takes us back to what the process with the municipality started. So there has been a process with the government and with the municipality right back from 1997. So we set up not an enumeration, we set up a community audit. And the reason it was that was because there was this register in place. It needed to be an updated community register. It couldn't be called a new register because of the politics on the ground. So we like that. That came from the community themselves, updating our existing register. But we realized that it had different parts of it: enumeration, spatial, tenure, and skills. Each one we assigned to different responsibilities to different areas, whether it was local leadership, local authorities, or ourselves as the implementing agents. We then conducted the community audit, and this was by the municipality called the enumeration form. We called it the community audit of the dwelling questionnaire, and dwelling particularly not house or home. It had to be the household, which linked to a dwelling. There were different aspects of what it did, so we asked more questions in this process than we had to, but we needed more information. We worked with students initially, and then we started working with volunteers, and we trained up people to work on the ground with cell phones and GPSs. There was an existing number, a WP number, and then through our process, we went through a process of sticking stickers to know which houses. 6,500 houses is quite a lot of houses to enumerate on the ground. There was a community register office set up at one of the community. We built a small community facility, and we set up a community register there where people were interviewed. People could also locate themselves on a map. This also took some training to be able to train people to work with maps. And then, because the houses were geolocated, we could accurately pinpoint exactly which houses hadn't necessarily come to the community register office, or they hadn't been interviewed. Each then person, the household head, was then asked, and they had a photograph taken to take away all the conflict. We also worked with the University of Cape Town on conflict mediation. We then had new numbers put in place. Some of the information we got was gender-headed households. 50% were female-headed households. Electricity information, and how we could actually then work with the local electricity department to actually then electrify the community. The mayor then gave out tenure certificates in 2014, and then we continued to work with the community, and we did a recent evaluation on how useful was your tenure certificate. Access to electricity, of course, came up as the biggest one. We also, through all the information, we also still continue to monitor taps and toilets using cell phone apps, and that is important as well for the tenure and the quality of life of people in the area. Legal recognition. So instead of taking the normal route, subdivision consolidation rezoning to an establishment, we realized that there were different levels that you could tap in to be able to get some form of legal recognition. And that didn't necessarily mean that you had to have one to be able to get the other. So we started a process in 2010 where we co-designed with the community. And I have to say we did co-design with the City of Cape Town, but they seem to forget that. Where we did a lot of work on the ground. We did mapping. We mapped the whole area, the geospatial. I walked all those areas. We mapped them time and time again, and we continue to map them as well. We also looked at the landscape. We're in a dune system. We're on an edge of a nature reserve. We then developed a spatial structure that could then start working that made more sense. And then we worked out what were the developable areas. We worked with the biodiversity area in the City of Cape Town. We worked with the planning department in the City of Cape Town. We worked with the fire department and safety to work out the safe width of a neighborhood block. We developed a network plan that could give you quick and easy access for people walking home, so you were improving your safety levels, but also access for fire engines and refuse trucks, etc. We called that the Spatial Reconfiguration Plan. The City of Cape Town then asked us to call it a development framework, put it into legal terms. So what we also did was we renumbered all the areas. So we had a better understanding of what the areas were. So different block numbers, so 18A, 18B, 18C. This also then worked with your tenure certificate. So the two had to run hand in hand. The spatial development framework and the administrative recognition. We then looked at different options. You could have various options. You could do block development. You could do sub-block development. You could even take it to individual plots. But that was almost leaving it to the end, because what we would do is just recognize the area as a settlement, not an informal settlement, but a settlement in land use management terms. So that was what we got to in 2013. We submitted a land use management application. That land use management application still sits with the municipality of Cape Town. So there are many challenges to taking it to the next step in terms of legally recognizing the system. And I've got a few ideas around that as well, but I know I've got 2 minutes left. But what I did want to say was that we have managed to incrementally put some strategic projects on the ground. So you can do things. We've built 25 public spaces. I haven't had time to even talk about our public space program. We built 2 community facilities. We put, there's about 98% electricity to the area. We've got a few more people coming in. We've got ECD programs running. We've got youth programs. We have a movie night on Fridays. We have all sorts of other things going on. But what the idea was to focus that implementation in 2 particular areas. And those were based around the public space projects. So this was one of our Mtonjeni, and our Mtonjeni means public space, in 2014. And then we slowly, bit by bit, have been working there. We had our open day on Saturday, which is why I only arrived yesterday, because we had a very big open day where we built a community facility, and particularly in brick, as requested by the community, and we've got building plans approval for this. What we've also done though is we've surveyed the site. We've managed to identify and peg out this area for long-term institutional space for a community facility, which is not something that we often think about in tenure. We often think about the individual house. And I'm saying house, not even a household here, because we have tenants and all sorts of other things. So for us, moving that to a totally different domain was very important. We're also working on safe walkways. Now, safe walkways are also good points for putting your services as well. But I think in closing, and I think that's almost my last slide, is that the next step. So what do we want to do next? We can't necessarily get legal recognition without going through full engineering processes. But we do want to work with grey water systems. We do want to work with fire systems. We do want to work with safe walkways. So you don't necessarily need the full legal recognition to do things. So some of our lessons that we have learned is that the 2 go hand in hand. Administrative recognition and legal recognition need to work together. There are various elements to each of those. But the one also, if you miss one, it's not necessarily the end of the world. You can keep working on these things. But I think it's also about a process, and it's about allowing a medium to long-term development, which is often doesn't fit within a government process with just short-term, quick wins. We've been through 3 mayors on this project. So you need, where are your political champions to drive this? And then it also is desperately in need for engineering standards and an upgrade in terms of how do we deal with a 4x4 that can go in and access a community, or a bicycle that can pick up rubbish. We don't have to have a big refuse removal vehicle to do this. So I think it's about, I think in the beginning we said we need to question the way we are doing things, and we need to deal with this resistance to change. And that goes from all levels, from NGO, from government, and from community. And with thanks.
So we have about 15 minutes for questions, and what I'd like to do is take 3 questions first and then throw them to the panelists, and then we'll see whether we have time left. And there's another time during the day where we can talk further. Yes, and please introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Claire Romano. I'm from the second presentation. I just came back from South Africa too, and sadly, I was disappointed by just how segregated it still is, even in cities, but I was very much encouraged by your presentation. I wanted to ask several questions. One, the enumeration system, is that similar to the Slum Dwellers International enumeration? How does, what differs, what's the same? Second, one of the things I heard about when I was there was you have buffer zones, but people still settle on that. So who's monitoring that to make sure that those buffer zones stay safe, unsettled? And third, so in some ways you are dealing with the easier situation of city-owned land. And what I was hearing in other places is the real tough nut is informal settlements on private land, you know, in municipalities. So then the electricity company really feels like they can't provide electrical services because that is starting to recognize those settlements, and you know, and clearly there is a private owner. So what do you do in those situations? Okay, thank you very much.
Great. We have another question over on this side. Yes.
My name is Guy Pfefferman, and I'm an economist. I run the Global Business School Network, so I wanted to ask an economist's question. You've worked for many years, and this is a kind of very complex, multifaceted social engineering program. What are the resources that you put into this? It looks to me, offhand, I would guess that a lot of money has gone into this per person. And how do you assess the benefits at the end?
Thank you. Susana Lastarria from the University of Wisconsin. My question is relates to gender and rights to land. In both of these projects, it sounds like the Ebenhauser, I'm not sure if that's the name is correct, Ebenhauser project with the communal land title. I'm assuming that everyone in the association becomes one of the owners, corporate owners of the communal land. But then, and that I think does include women because everybody over 18 is a member of the association, is that correct? Okay. With the individual land titles, are those legal land titles or are those certificates that are handed out by the CPA? If they are either way, I'm just wondering whose names are on those titles. Are women's names also included in the titles? Regarding the townships in Cape Town, outside of Cape Town, again, when you are handing out the occupancy certificates or the residential certificates, are whose names, what is the criteria for putting names as occupants or users or owners on those? And I assume those are not legal titles. Those are just within the community itself, recognized within the community itself. And then related to both of those, I'm just wondering, what are both the norms and the rules for inheritance rights? And do those include daughters and wives? Thank you.
Great, thanks. So you have a full agenda here. David, do you want to begin?
Okay. I think the last one was related to me in particular, and yes, the community as a whole owns the whole land. men definitely dominate in the rights to the arable plots. But it's not only men that own those or that have the rights to those plots. In the custom, the current landholder can decide who that land goes to. And many of those situations have been where the woman, a daughter, a wife, takes over that land and then becomes the land rights holder. It's up to now, it's been restricted to the 153, primarily because of a restriction on water. There's hopefully an upgrade of the dam, and there will probably be additional water that comes into play. And then any expansion there's a particular focus within the community saying that must be particularly for women. That I think it's a recognition that in the past that women within the custom have not actually been advantaged in access to land. You asked whether the title is a legal one or not. At this point, it's not. And that's why we are also involved in a national intervention to try and get communal rights or a continuum of rights to be recognized and recorded at different levels. So at the moment, it's not. At the moment, in fact, we're still implementing this thing. So the rights that are held are very insecure, some of whom don't have a certificate with the local municipality. So this is the anticipated system that will be implemented once the land is actually transferred to the community. In terms of, I think inheritance, I explained it. It's really, in custom, most often men receive the rights, and that currently it would be the rights to communal grazing and to the arable plot. But it's not unusual for women to also do that. But mostly men do receive that in the inheritance. I don't know if that's...
What we found out in Mozambique Park is that it was about 46.5% of the household head were women. And so what we particularly did was worked out a set of criteria with the community of what they thought was the household head. And in a lot of cases, you had couples coming together as well. A lot of women who are not necessarily married. So what we also allowed was a secondary name on the list. So there was always allowance for somebody else. So the household head, and then another. What we also did, though, is also we made sure that the tenants were also on the community list as well. So I was amazed at that percentage in South Africa. I mean, I think for that amount of women to be considered a household head, I was blown away. I really was, and very important as well. For what it was, but it also shows the urban context and how people migrate and move around between urban centers. In terms of the inheritance aspect, we have an ongoing community register, so it allows for people to come and register deaths and births and life, basically. But the problem that we hit was the tenure certificates are not necessarily updated by the City of Cape Town. So then the local, not necessarily administrative recognition, but the local recognition has a gap for the long-term use of it. There was never intention that it would last so long in terms of that we could get quicker legal recognition plus administrative recognition, but we're still stuck on local recognition. But we do realize that there is a need for that ongoing inheritance or maintenance. It's like a broken tap. When it breaks, you got to fix it. It's just like a register. You've got to keep it updated. It's very important. I'm going back to the first question from Claire. Do we use a similar enumeration system to slum dwellers? I think we did, but I mean, enumerations are, they kind of, quite standard. But what we did was really try and understand what it meant at the beginning. What is the status quo? So we did a lot of the work on the ground trying to understand whether it was what the community wanted was this enumeration system. So yes, a similar process was followed, but I think what we're making sure is it's continuous. Because a lot of enumerations, people come in from the outside, they do the enumeration, and then it goes. What we wanted to make sure was there was some kind of continuity and activity to it. And community ownership. It's all run by volunteers. The Community Register Office is run by volunteers. They've been trained up in geolocating and mapping, and they're whizzes on the computer now. They have all our community facilities have Wi-Fi access, so it can be live data that's fed straight to the municipality on correct systems, at the same systems municipality in reality. Buffer zones, so who monitors? We had a land invasion in 2014 before the elections in South Africa by one of the political parties, but the people who came to the forefront was the local leadership. And they blew us away. They literally, because people wanted to burn down the register office, and so kind of normal community dynamics, but to its almost extreme. And the Safe Note Area Committee, the SNAC, they sort of stood there and hold hands and stop people. And there are very few kind of in-migrations, but there's a lot of internal growth is what we find. So you can't stop internal growth. A husband, a brother, somebody comes from the Eastern Cape and settles in Cape Town, and that's normal, it's normal. So, but the ongoing monitoring is very important. What about privately owned land? I didn't have the opportunity to present our other area, but we are working in another area called Lotus Park that is a very different environment on PRASA land, so the local rail organization, but they're a subsidiary company, but so they're not government. So we do have that problem where we have 1,500 households on land that is not state. We're going through a different process with them. But it still is one that one can deal with incrementally as well. That one's been a 3-year land transfer in the process. The land transfer part, the legal part, doesn't necessarily take that long. The negotiations to get everybody around the table is the difficult part. Just to the economic part, the feasibility of all of this. I personally can't put an amount to improving somebody's quality of life. I find that is insurmountable. I can't, the amount of value we have, I think, is quite minimal. Our staff members on the ground, we have one local community facilitator on the ground, and we have various people technical staff, as well as ground staff, who we're employing from the local community. So I feel that there is a little bit of feedback. We have a little construction team doing the public space who live in Mozambique Park. So they're all getting training and skills development through the process. I think partnerships is a big thing. So we don't work alone. We work in partnership. So that's very important. We work with our early childhood development is done in a partnership. So that network that we spoke about at the beginning, that for me is what we need to do. And we need to be innovative. We have to deal with these areas. The idea was to set up the pilot and see how we can roll it out to other areas. So the sustainability of it also means how can we ingrain learnings and teachings beyond just what we are doing, and with the City of Cape Town as well. So this for me is an important platform to actually share the information and get further continuity of the project as well.
Thank you very much. I think David wanted to come in with an introduction on the same issue.
Yeah, just on the economics one. If you consider that 13% of South Africa's land is in former homelands, and 8% of the land has now been transferred through land reform. So we're talking the order of 20% of South Africa's land, which is either underutilized or unutilized completely. I don't know if people that have been to South Africa, if you've driven through the former homelands, in many areas people are not cultivating anymore. And that's primarily because of land administration breakdown, because they can't trust that someone else's goats aren't going to come in and eat their cabbages. So people stop producing. So the value of doing this, and it's going to cost a lot, because there are many communities involved and there are many land rights that are not clear enough. But the value of doing it means that it's going to make a major shift in the economy in bringing those areas of land under production. At Ebenezer itself, many of the portions of land are not utilized, partially because of the lack of land right, but partially because of the ineffectual canal system. But there again, there's a proposed new canal system being implemented at the moment, with an ability to go to a bank and say, here's my certificate for my land right, is going to make a major difference to the person's decision to intervene and to invest in their land. So I think that is going to be the positive spin on the quite large amount of money that's going to have to be spent on implementing this across the country.
Thank you very much. I think we are at the end of this session, so I want to thank the two of you, and then after this, I think there's coffee in the back of the room, and we'll reassemble in 15 minutes. But thank you very, very much. And people have more questions for you as the day goes forward.
Great.
and you're kind of locked in certain ways. So,
Yeah, and we are too.
I mean, we can reuse component pieces of the system in Manitoba, but the system is actually different enough that you can't just plug and play, right?
Oh, did I take away your thing?
You're right.
Oh, you have one here. Oh, okay.
Oh,
I'm mic'd, but it's not up there. Hello, hello. We can come back to our seats. Now I'm mic'd. We met last night. Okay, thank you. All right. So the next three cases, we're moving from what we just learned about in South Africa, helping people get their rights, to the institutions that manage those rights, keep them live, and keep them valuable and generate value both for the owners of those rights and for society. So up on stage we have Jody Kant from Western Australia, Landgate, which is a statutory authority. We have Elizabeth Stair from Jamaica, which is the NLA, which is an executive agency. And we have Elgin from Terranet, which is now a private company that started as a public-private partnership. So something I'm interested in is three different models of the types of organizations. And I think Canada is particularly interesting because, good question as we look over to Australia and see what's going on, is it the future of where some of these registries are going? But I'll save that for the questions. With no further ado, it's going to be a lot of fun to learn about these agencies. As Princeton said, they went out and saw people who are really innovative and pushing the edge. So this is going to be a crash course in how you either make or evolve an agency to get some best practice from around the world.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning. Prior to Jamaica deciding to create a national land agency, the National Land Policy, which was published in July 1996, referred to effective land management and administration institutions. Shortly thereafter, the government took the decision to merge the 4 land administration departments dealing with land titles, survey and mapping, land valuation, and estate management. The push for more effective institutions was also as a result of Jamaicans demanding more from the government in terms of performance, transparency, and accountability. So the pre-NLA status, there are 4 government-funded departments with individual heads reporting to a permanent secretary with 2 different ministries. We all had contact with each other, but we did not rely on each other. We didn't really know each other. We had different goals, different procedures, and our staff had different office cultures. We all had statutory responsibilities and operated in our own silos. We received our budgets from the Ministry of Finance, and it was difficult to plan as it varied from year to year. We had minimal control in hiring staff, and there were no formal standards for our customers.
So in merging the 4 departments, the government decided to use the executive agency model of governance. This includes a delegation of authority to the heads of departments, focus on performance measurement, outputs rather than inputs, managerially autonomous agencies, and the provision of quality services, especially related to customer service. The transition started in just about 2000, and it went for about 18 months. So what did we do? We created a new structure. We prepared new job descriptions. We advertised all the posts in the agency, and we interviewed all staff coming into the agency. There was no automatic transfer of staff. If the staff was unsuccessful in their applications for the agency, or if they did not want to work in a new agency, they were redeployed to other government departments, or they were retired on the grounds of reorganization. And this was important because the terms and conditions of employment were changing from a real government institution. So in the end, approximately 25% of the staff were redeployed or retired. During the transition, we also gave a lot of attention to communicating with the staff during the transition by way of general staff meetings, newsletters, focus groups with our customers, because we needed our customers to understand what we were trying to do. During the transition, the CEO was also appointed. And so approximately 6 months before the agency started, I started work. So a lot of the matters I was able to influence from the very beginning. We commenced operations in April 2001, and under this new governance structure, the CEO reports to the minister and not the permanent secretary. The CEO and all directors and managers of the agency are on 3-year employment contracts. The Executive Agencies Act was introduced several months after we started, and this is what gave power to the CEO to manage the operations of the agency, although the individual legislations for the different core areas of title surveys, etc., are still standing, because those govern their statutory responsibilities. So in terms of our structure, I'm just going to mention 2 things. The advisory board. This board is appointed by the minister, and their role is to advise the CEO on the strategic and business responsibilities. They are not an executive board. They are not a management board. It's currently chaired by an attorney at law, and we have other stakeholders. The valuers, a valuer is represented on it, the land surveyors, a businessman, and a finance person. Information technology is also a very important part of our operations, in that it gives us the ability to improve service delivery. We buy software services, and we design and build some internally. The CEO receives a delegation of authority instrument from the Ministry of Finance. This sets out my obligations and duties, and I'm the accounting officer for the agency. I have full HR responsibility, but if there's an appeal, for example, if somebody is dismissed, then that is dealt with by the services commissions. The issue of accountability was now brought sharply into focus for us. All the executive agencies are monitored by a wide range of government agencies. We have to do several reports quarterly, annually. We are set targets for each year, or we set targets along with the ministry. And if we want to give an incentive payment to our staff at the end of the year, then we must meet at least 80% of those targets. In our 16 years of operations, we have never failed. 100% of the revenue earned by the agency is from the fees provided, and these are totally kept by the agency. Each year, we have to give the Ministry of Finance our projections for revenue. If we earn more than those projections, we keep 50%, and 50% is given back to given to the Ministry of Finance. In some cases, we can apply to keep the full amount over our budget. The 90% of the fees are actually earned by the land registry, which we call the titles office. We also enhanced our revenues by creating new services, and this was as a result of the merged databases. We also divest lands for government by sale or lease. We don't keep those monies, but we keep 5% of those monies as a sort of service charge for that management. In 2003, we undertook a major business process review to change the operations of the land registry from a totally manual system to an automated system. This also resulted in improving the linkages between our surveys and our mapping and our titling areas. All titles have now been scanned. Also, the majority of our supporting documents, and these are all available online. The documents are electronically signed, so that helps to improve the turnaround times for the process. We now have approximately 600,000 titles in the registry, plus the original documents, which includes transfers, mortgage documents, birth, marriage, death certificates. So we still have to maintain the hard copies of those documents, even though we have them all online. So as you can imagine, storage is a major issue. There's a document tracking system which allows persons to go online to see how long it will take for their documents to be completed and when it will be completed, because we found that people kept on calling the office. We have online forms where they can go online and complete the forms, print them, and present them to our office along with their supporting documentation. We offer a subscription service for something called Property Watch, where we can warn you if there is some kind of activity against your property. And most importantly, we designed a fee calculator, so you don't have to call us to find out how much should you pay. You don't need to come and line up in the office to find out how much you should pay. So that helped a lot with our customer service. I've highlighted just 3 services and tracked their delivery times. And you'll see that it's pre-2001, as at December 2016, and in 2008-09, about 8 years after the agency started. Generally, there has been a marked improvement in turnaround time of the services provided. Some matters we can do in 24 hours, some matters, and that's at an additional cost, and some matters we do for 2 days, in 2 days, but at no additional cost. In November 2001, when we were going through the major changes of creating the agency and putting it in place, the customer service index, which was measured by an outside person, was 2.9 out of 10. When we looked at it again in March 2005, it had increased to 8.1 out of 10. The merger allowed us to create new services because of the huge amount of data now available in one place. So our Elan Jamaica service is an online service. It's a paid service where you can look at your title or the supporting documents or the plans, and you can print them at your leisure. Whereas the IMAP Jamaica is a free service, and it's really maps. So you can look at the maps to search by street name, community names, coordinates, etc. We're currently working on having those 2 services mobile enabled. The agency has other achievements as a result of the merger, and one of those things is the map products that we can now produce. So we can map anything. Anything you want us to map, we will do it. We offer services to our developers that if you're doing a subdivision, we will do the splinter titles for you within 40 days. And this is a paid additional service. If not, it takes on average 150 days with the in and out of the documents. If we don't achieve the 40-day turnaround time, we pay you back the expedition fee, but you still have to pay the normal fee. In 2010, we established a VRS reference network island-wide to improve the accuracy of our surveys, and this will ultimately help us to build our cadastral map of Jamaica. We established regional centers outside of Kingston because people don't want to come into the city all the time. So it appears we are doing something right because we have received several awards. One of them in 2008 was the Prime Minister's Award for the Best Customer Service Agency, and in 2010 for the most innovative and creative public sector agency. But we did not go through these changes without learning some important things. Business process review is an important part of the change. It makes no sense to computerize or to digitize things that are manual processes which are out of date. So we have to keep on reworking to improve performance. Communication is extremely important. You have to ensure that the staff is on the same page with you, and we can't forget the customers. So newsletters, focus group meetings, meetings with unions, and you need to manage their expectations because everybody wants everything at day one. We also have to bear in mind that things will get worse before they get better. Be prepared for the brand new computer software you have invested in to not work quite the way it should on the first day that you open to the public. So delivery times for services will decrease, but it is important to just keep focusing and keep talking to the customers and telling them it will work. After we worked through all these issues with the delegated authority that the CEO now has, I need to tell you that autonomy is great. We can now plan, we can now save, we can become the masters of our own destiny, and that is really important. It has helped us to grow as an agency, and it has helped us to challenge ourselves to have new products and services. So we now have several services from which we earn revenue. Next steps, more change. The agency has received funding from the World Bank to carry out some studies towards the introduction of electronic titling, which it is expected will further reduce turnaround times and give some increased security to our title data. This, of course, will necessitate legislative changes to the Registration of Titles Act. We found that the traditional separation of agencies may have had administrative convenience, but it led to duplication of functions, a loss in the value of information, and longer turnaround times to produce services. By combining the 4 departments, the agency combined the data sets, reworked some processes, created new products and services, and drastically reduced the turnaround times for providing the services. We regularly have focus group meetings with our customers and review our business processes with a view to reducing turnaround times. And just as a side note, our customers, the most difficult ones, we try to ensure that they are on the focus group meetings so that they are a part of the process. We realize that the need to provide quality service to our customers will continue to drive the process of improvement. Our motto, one agency, one goal, this was as a result of the need to let the staff understand that we're no longer working in silos. We're all working together for one goal. I thank you.
Good morning. I'm Elgin Farewell, the CEO of TerraNet. Like my colleagues, I'm here to talk about a story of transformation in land registration services. I think you're going to hear that none of them were achieved overnight, and none of them were achieved without challenges. Those challenges can be political, policy, operational, technical, and if you've ever worked in land registry, they certainly can be emotional. While I'm here to talk about the TerraNet experience, in many ways, it's more about the Ontario Land Registry staff that had the vision, the commitment, and the leadership to make it all happen. In Ontario, meaningful transformation took almost a decade, and while both the model that delivered the transformation as well as the services have continued to evolve over that decade, since that decade, I'm here today to share the early Terranet story by setting the impetus for change, the strategy and the structure to address that need, and then talk a bit about some of the high-level lessons and results that have been realized. Oops, wrong way. So a decade might sound like a long time, but not so much if you think of it in the context of a land registry service that had not changed in close to 200 years. European settlement started in the 1600s in Ontario, but it wasn't until 1795 that provincial statutes were introduced to establish land registry and land rights. At the time, land was administered under a deed system, which was a variation borrowed from the British. But in the late 1800s, Ontario adopted the new Australian Torrens system for first grants to property. Now, while enhancing property rights for some, this also created disparity that would last for another 100 years for those that were still under the registry deeds system. And over those 100 years, Ontario itself went through profound change and growth. Initially, 80% of the Ontario population was rural in nature and was spread across a geographic area 4 times the size of Great Britain. So over 60 registry offices, county-based registry offices, were established to service and administer property rights in the province, each of which had their own interpretation of the Provincial Registry and Land Titles Act, given the geographic distribution. During the 1900s, Ontario became Canada's economic engine, population more than quadrupled, and the demographic profile shifted to 85% urban. Development of land became intense, and like most jurisdictions, development fueled surveys, transfers, and mortgages, which in the registry world fueled paper, and more paper. This in turn put significant pressure on the urban registry offices in particular. In Ontario, a real estate transaction does not close until you actually register the transfer in the registry office. In other words, you don't get the keys to your house if you don't get registered on your Friday afternoon by your lawyer. In the 1980s, with population and the economy booming, the land registry system was not coping. It was bursting at the seams with paper, staff, and customers. We were actually setting up tents in parking lots where offices could extend their services, and lawyers and conveyancers would come to register. Register was consistently missing the legislated timeline to complete transactions, and in a period of intense development, this created exposure for the province for properties managed under the Torrens system, and was potentially putting confidence in the land registry system itself at risk. And confidence and trust is fundamental to land registry services. By the 1980s, roughly 50% of the properties in the provinces were titles, and 50% were still under the deed system. Registry staff and legal community had to maintain 2 legislative administrative systems and workflows, as well as the expertise that would be prescribed by each to manage them. Again, it also meant that those who held interest in land did not have equal rights and protections provided by the province. Some were able to rely on a provincial guarantee, while others simply had to rely on their lawyer. So in the mid-1980s, government concluded that the inconsistency of rights, the increasing cost of the service, and the decreasing level of service was creating too much risk for what would be considered a critical piece of economic and social infrastructure. So to address this, the government created a vision for real property administration in Ontario that planned to leverage the newly emerging information technology capabilities. And that vision was to afford all property interest holders the same protections and benefits by proactively converting the deeds properties to a qualified title under the Torrens system, create an electronic parcelized ownership database for every title in the province with an integrated electronic workflow to enhance the efficiency of the registry staff, and coincidentally create a digital parcelized geospatial map fabric as an index to the property records, as well as an expandable database for property attributes that could help inform public policy. Finally, it included a long-term vision to automate the real property document creation and registration process. Today, some know this as e-conveyancing. Now, many jurisdictions in the 80s were building title databases, and so that was not that unique. What I think was unique was at the time, the decision to convert millions of property records from a deed system to a title system as a starting place, and then envisioning a world where the end-to-end land transaction would be paperless, automated, and conducted remotely was unique. And while it was understood that the effort to attain this long-term vision was large, the government did not know at the time that the scope and magnitude of the vision would become much greater than anticipated. And this in turn would drive the need to be innovative in the way in which that vision was achieved. Initially, the Land Registry took on attaining the vision on themselves and started by designing and developing the Polaris land titles database and operating system. They did this successfully, and then to support the records conversion, they developed enabling legislation and procedures to streamline the process to search a deeds property, parcelize it, automate it, and certify it under the Torrens system. Unfortunately, after a series of pilots, the land titles team concluded that the cost, difficulty, and resourcing to convert and map almost 4 million titles and the complexity of the desired enabling information technology, as well as the related investment to enable all of that, exceeded the government's capacity. So to their credit, to the government's credit, they did not reduce the scope of the vision they were trying to achieve. They looked for an alternative model to achieve the vision and concluded that a new trend in public-private partnerships for hard government infrastructure might actually be adopted to a soft infrastructure environment. So government saw an opportunity for a private sector partner to bring capital, discipline, competency, and capacity in surveying, technology, and process optimization, as well as bring a commercial lens to customer service and to market newly created data. Again, to their credit, they anticipated that unlocked value in land registry would be released and that this could be captured and retained by government, but also shared with a private sector partner to accelerate that vision. And in 1991, TerraNet was created as a 50-50 partnership between the Ontario government and a private sector consortium. TerraNet and the private sector were expected to bring the capacity and the expertise to accelerate the conversion of titles, drive IT solutions innovation, allow government to guide and government project outcomes, but still remain focused on processing day-to-day land registry records, and then provide the capital and be motivated through an economic model that maximized and accelerated the benefits of automation to land registry and its customers. It took 2 tries to get the right consortium, but ultimately the private sector owners were comprised of survey firms, legal firms, technology firms, all backed by capital that committed the required funds up front to the province. However, a clear vision, capital, and experience was not a guarantee for long-term partnership success, so why did it ultimately work? Clear accountability of roles, rights and decision-making, and the adherence to these trickled down from a joint TerraNet board that had equal representation from government and the private sector partner, as well as independent expert members. TerraNet would be accountable to meet performance and production criteria that included quotas, timelines, and quality for records conversion. The government continued to own the data and certify the title using the system that TerraNet would deliver. TerraNet, on the other hand, designed, operated, and owned the system within which the data resides. This created a symbiotic reliance on one another and a shared and aligned view of the customer. And while TerraNet retained fee revenue, government retained fee control. So fees were predictable, and grew at a pace that was known to the customer base. Once critical mass was reached on the number of parcels automated, Terranet could commercialize the data, but government had the approval rights from a privacy perspective and a market perspective. Terranet was only compensated by retaining statutory fees on automated properties. In the early stages, this motivated the company to focus on simpler land titles properties generally found in high turnover urban areas. Government also set performance standards for system availability, the rate at which properties needed to be converted, and data integrity for those properties, all of which had significant penalties attached. So you had the combination of revenue upside and performance downside, which motivated Terranet to successfully standardize the processes and the performance standards for title certification staff in a unionized environment. And having been around the world, I can tell you that's not easily done in the complex world of land registry. While this model drove revenue to Terranet, which would be used to fund more conversion, it also allowed government to process records more quickly due to the advantages of automation. Given the long-term nature of the arrangement, it was important that government was not fettered in making policy or legislative changes that might need to be reflected in the systems that Terranet was maintaining on their behalf. So a comprehensive governance structure was established and evolved to monitor contractual performance and customer service. But more importantly, it was a commitment to dedicate the right talent and decision makers that facilitated the ability for the regulator and Terranet to work collaboratively on advancing the vision, being innovative, and adapting to new needs within the marketplace and within government, and to jointly engage stakeholders and customers, and I'll talk about that in a minute. A fund was established and collaboratively annual planning process, so Terranet would fund on an annual basis any changes government wanted to the system, which could be driven from an operational perspective or by legislative changes, and I'd say the most significant of which was a move towards reducing property fraud, and enabling that with systems checks in the 90s. I believe another key to the success of Terranet was that from the beginning it was not singularly private sector in composition. Terranet was seated with government board members and the voluntary transfer of government land title staff over to the company when it first started. And to this day, we continue to recruit and retain a contingent of both government and more specifically land titles capabilities and DNA in the organization. Having government representation at the board level in the first decade and hiring former deputy ministers, deputy registrars, not only allowed the company the credibility to engage and contribute to the transformation in a true partnership with government and stakeholders, but it also allows us to understand and work with the government within a government context. It appreciates that public interest is a business interest. A conversion project that was supposed to take roughly 10 years took 17. But that was because the number of properties and the complexities of those properties were underestimated in the 90s or the 80s. Despite this, by 1999, critical mass was reached, and with the busiest and largest counties automated and converted to land titles. So in 1995, anticipating success, Terranet and the province set about to introduce the electronic remote registration system. But the vision did not just see the automation of land registry processes as they existed today. It also envisioned the reform of land registry practices, policies, and legislation by moving away from the submission of evidence to the use of legal statements. Government collaborated with Terranet, but they actually led the engagement of stakeholders in this endeavor, and it became a joint effort with the Law Society of Upper Canada and the Bar Association to reform and change the real property practices with a goal to rely more heavily on the legal profession, reduce property risk, and create a more efficient marketplace. The legal community was engaged and allowed to influence, which ultimately turned them into champions of change when we rolled out the system. We worked closely with the government to design and develop the system based on the reformed and more efficient workflows, supported by auto signatures, online collaboration between parties, including the registry office, the auto population of title details from that automated database into the electronic documents so that you knew that that information that was being submitted could be checked and would be right, as well as being able to be automatically abstracted and registered without human intervention. Prior to the launch, Terranet and the government together delivered a comprehensive change management program to ensure that the community was aware, supported, and trained. And as mentioned, the legal community was in support led by the Law Society. And in 1999, TerraView became the world's first digital land registration system, and it immediately transformed the practice. After the successful launch of TerraView and with the records conversion nearly complete, the government sold its 50% interest in Terranet in 1993 to its partners. 3 years later, we went public through an IPO. Government participated and saw a return on investment. I'll talk about that in a second. In 2008, Terranet was taken private by a pension fund and is now operating the electronic land registry system for the province under a 50-year concession arrangement, and has strict performance and customer service requirements, including a contractual commitment to maintain the registry in a modern state. But above all else, the governance regime that provides clear accountabilities, promotes joint strategy, and the funding and collaboration to achieve it remains the underpinning of success. The province's original equity investment in Terranet was that actual Polaris system that they built in the 80s, which was valued at less than $30 million. But since the province divested and over the life of its relationship with Terranet, its return on investment received in hard proceeds, so these are checks being cut, will exceed $4 billion. 6.4 million parcels have been automated and converted, and 99% of documents are created and registered electronically today. This is in an environment where the number of properties have doubled, transactions have increased by 25%, and the land registry in Ontario, its footprint's been reduced by 75% through the use of public kiosks. While land registry staff have been reduced from anywhere between 1,200 to 1,400, depending on the time of year, they've been reduced down to 200. But the backlogs have gone from 20 days down to 1 day. And finally, customer service satisfaction is in the top decile, and we measure that regularly. This has been a journey, this has not been a journey without its challenges. They always are. But a commitment to the vision and the innovative business model has transformed land registration in Ontario. Terranet continues to deliver e-conveyancing, property risk and realtor solutions across Canada, and has recently entered into a 30-year concession with the province of Manitoba, where once again we are faced with paper, and more paper, and we'll start that transformational journey once again. Thank you.
Okay, my name's Jodie Cant. I'm currently the Chief Executive of Landgate from Western Australia, and I'm absolutely delighted to be here today to share our journey, which we're incredibly proud of as an organisation. So Landgate is a commercial statutory authority, and what that means is we have a commercial board, but we have one shareholder, and that's our minister. It's an interesting balancing act to get both your commercial board and your minister happy. But so far we've managed to do that. And we provide secure land titling services to underpin a property register and property rights, which is very important for the economy, valuation for taxation purposes, and also spatial and open data for government. So just to give you an idea of the size of us, we're the biggest legal jurisdiction in the world. So we claim we're bigger than Texas. This map shows that our claims are correct. We're also one of the oldest land masses in the world, and our Indigenous people, the Aboriginal people, go back, have 50,000 years of claims on our land. So our connection to land in WA is very deep and very ancient and very important. So today, while we're a business that looks ahead with contemporary ideas, looking to continually reform and reinvent who we are, we also have a very deep connection to our land. So our heritage stretches back to the beginning of the Swan River Colony. That's 1829. In 1829, the first Surveyor General, John Septimus Roe, charted much of our coastline, and at the time he was a real innovator himself. He was a naval man who brought naval survey techniques to the land, and at the time people thought he was a bit crazy. Perhaps we've kept the crazy going, but we regularly claim that exploration is in our DNA. We were founded by the explorers of the state. It's a very big state. And for us, the guardianship and of property ownership and being custodians of our location data is hugely important. So we're not your average public sector agency. As explorers, we approach things with no boundaries. We say our motto is we know no bounds, and we're working on living that out. It's been really important for us to look at our rapidly evolving sector and embrace digital disruption. So 200 years after Roe, what happened? 2007, in our world, two things happened. The first is the iPhone, where everybody became a property expert and a data expert, and information was at fingertips, and it was no longer, paper was no longer going to be the way of the world. For Landgate, we were also formed. So prior to that, we'd been a couple of separate government departments. We were formed into a commercial statutory authority, which allowed us to do things a bit differently. And while we had much of the restriction of government, we also had an ability to own shares in companies, start our own companies, and really take control of our own destiny, including keeping the funds that we made, or a percentage of them. While we give a percentage back to government, we can also keep funds that we make. So we really knew that for us to take on the challenges that would be ahead, we needed our DNA, our explorers' DNA, but we also needed to change how we did business. We needed to keep our customer focus as an agency, but we also need to take on the digital economy. So digital disruption, our choice was, we felt, was to disrupt or be disrupted. And given that choice, it's a pretty easy one to make. We saw things happening around the world that was going to change everything about our industry, and that started as soon as mobile technology came along. So to maximise the value of our asset, we had to reinvent the way we worked, both our technology, our engagement with our customers, and our relationship with our shareholder. We knew we were sitting on a valuable asset, and we knew it wouldn't be long before other people recognised the value of the asset and came knocking on the door with a big cheque. So where did we start? Our transformation absolutely started with our own people. It has to. I can't overstate the importance enough of having your own people on board. We're a values-driven organisation. We take our values very seriously. All of our projects include reference to our values, which are there. At Landgate, we make the decision based on creating value and being true to our values. So it's been a really interesting journey, and we start with our customers at the heart of everything we do. So what's our digital transformation look like? Our strategy and reform agenda had to be developed in parallel, because you have to keep providing the business that you're there to do. We could see that there were new opportunities in the sector. We knew the power and the value of the data that we collected. We had a strong commercial sensibility, and that was both at the corporate executive level and at the board level. So our corporate executive was deliberately made up of people with commercial experience and government experience to give the balance going forwards. Our focus shifted to changes in thinking, in technology, and, as I said, our customer journey. So we've driven a really strong, bold cultural change program through our organisation, and we've got a smaller but more empowered workforce. We're flexible, more agile. We've gone, in the time that I've been at Landgate, from about approximately 1,200 people to we're about 550 these days. We've done all of that so far voluntarily. For every person that's exited our organisation, it's hundreds of hours of talking and support and retraining if required. We've also brought in new skills. We've downsized and funded that ourselves. So at the same time, our customer service ratings have gone up. So why did we think we had to change? This is a model of the electronic marketplace. It's a reference model we use based on work by two gentlemen, Schmidt and Lindemann. I think they won a Nobel Prize in the late 90s for it. And this is a view of electronic markets. And in Australia, when e-conveyancing was introduced, after many years of not going anywhere, in 2012, 2013, e-conveyancing was introduced. And what we recognised that when you look at the property market, it was just ripe for disruption. So our own area of land registry is over here on the right-hand side, but everywhere we looked, things were happening differently. On the left-hand side, you had things like auction.com and Zillow. Down in the financial area, you've got peer-to-peer lending and blockchain. So in the middle, which is where it says, the box that says PEXA, I'm not sure if you can see it, that's our electronic conveyancing company that looks at electronic lodgement across Australia. So from Landgate's perspective, we knew that we had to update our registration systems to work in this new environment. We did a global search. We have our IT policy says buy off the shelf first. We did a global search and couldn't find a product that we thought suited our needs. But what we did find was a market for just that product if we could develop it. So with our IT provider, in partnership, we did a proof of concept funded by our innovation program, and we ended up with the world's first cloud-based multi-tenanted land registry. And what that means is the land registry we've developed, we can use not only to do our own work, but we can provide land registry as a service for the first time to other users. So it's very exciting for us. And what it means for our customers is the land title transactions that used to take days now take seconds. A fully automated basic land transaction is down to 23 seconds, untouched by human hand, which is pretty phenomenal. And why? So our prediction of the big checks coming in and land registries putting themselves up for sale, or maybe not themselves, but their ministers certainly putting them for sales. Things were happening in Australia that were changing. So in the time since we've been looking at this, the New South Wales government has come to the market for a provider. We have South Australia in the market for a provider, and Victoria have just announced a scoping study to look at what they might do with their land registry. So we would argue what we predicted would happen, and the dominoes are falling. So what was our response? As a commercial statutory authority, we can form companies. We spun off a company called Advara. Advara is 78% owned by Landgate and 22% owned by Adecco, which is the multinational parent company of our IT partner, Agilon. This subsidiary company is able to work outside of the restrictions placed on a government agency like Landgate, but obviously with 78%, we have a controlling interest. Landgate then licensed the IP that we developed around our land registry to Advara to commercialise. So Advara is now the IT service provider for Landgate. To coin a phrase, we eat our own dog food. So we developed a system when we were the first customer for Advara. Advara has just been successful as part of the concession in New South Wales and is the technology consultant on the consortium that was successful against strong international competition for the work in New South Wales. So for a little company from Western Australia, that's pretty exciting for us, and we're hoping that that's our second customer of many more. The consortium, that consortium sort of gets the keys to the New South Wales office in probably around July this year. So that's going to be a really exciting journey for us to be on, and we're obviously looking now at what the other states are doing and what other torrens jurisdictions around the world, of which there's approximately 40. All of them, who we know through the search we did earlier, need a new system. So if you need a new system, come and talk to me. And Advara really exemplifies what Landgate's about and our value of innovate and achieve. So it was originally an idea put through our innovation program by a staff member. Spur, on the other hand, is our location and innovation hub, and Spur is all about tomorrow. So while we're trying to do things as be best of breed in the world today, we're absolutely looking at tomorrow. We formed Spur a year ago to really help grow our own economy, to provide government data to startups so that they could build businesses on the back of it, and to continually challenge ourselves about how we do things. So Spur is about using our knowledge, experience, connections and know-how to help others create businesses. And by that I mean, if you try and find a place in government, if you have a good startup idea and you try and find the government department and the data that will help you do it, you can be on an endless cycle of phone calls. But because we've worked in this space for so long, we can have one conversation and really help a startup get off the ground. So in our first year, we've got 847 open data sets available from other government agencies. For every one of those data sets, that's probably about 10, 15, 20 conversations with them to try and convince them that they should make their data available. We've had 4 startups, 4 new businesses launched. We've funded 9 grants. We had our first round of grants. We had 47 applicants, funded 4 of them. And it really is, for us, about creating that extra value for government. We've also, last year, we've been running a formal innovation program, the first in government in Australia since 2008. Last year, we were named at number 22 in Australia's most innovative companies list. So that's across all private, public and not-for-profit. We're incredibly proud of this number. We're a very small agency, with quite, from the outside, what can look like a fairly mundane brief. The only public agency that beat us was the CSIRO, which is Australia's big scientific research, very well funded. To give you an idea, they're the guys that invented Wi-Fi. So I'm actually totally happy to be number 22, just behind the Wi-Fi inventors. And for us, this is hugely important for our staff and for the recognition that that all of us should have, because it takes all of us to innovate. And we've absolutely encouraged our staff. We allow our staff 5% of their time to work on an innovation of any kind. It doesn't have to be business related, and it's really paying off for us. So, of course, back to our customers and community, we've been relentless about our focus on value, creating value for our masters. We've generated $52 million worth of savings in IT just in the next 5 years. We've gone from over 900 to under 600 staff. We've delivered $104 million in profit back to government in 10 years. We're also shareholders in PEXA, the electronic conveyancing company. Our shareholding has approximately doubled. We invested about $35 million. It's now conservatively valued at about $70 million. And Advara, is just beginning. And we really pitch ourselves as a value adder and a value creator for government. And it's hugely important to us because this allows us to write our own destiny and not wait for people to come and tell us what to do. I'd have to say that while we saw the opportunity and saw what was coming and have responded to it, no one has ever told us we need to do these things. However, now that we're doing them, everyone's saying what a good idea it was that we did. So I should also add that these numbers were right through the middle of the global financial crisis, so pretty successful, and obviously with the decision out of New South Wales, you know, we hope the world's Advara's oyster. So dollars are one thing, satisfied customers are another. So these are our stats, our customer stats, which we're very proud of. Our turnaround times are down significantly, our backlogs are down significantly, and our customer sat is increasing and remains very high. So we've become more efficient, more focused on delivering what our customers actually want, and more technically capable to meet their expectations. So the future for us, we believe this is just the beginning. We've been sharing our knowledge, and internationally for over 25 years. We've worked both in country, and we host a lot of fellowships. If you have a group of people in your country that would like to come and spend some time in Western Australia, please come and talk to me. We've worked with countries as diverse as Vietnam, Fiji, Indonesia, China, Bhutan, Nepal, Africa. And that's across all of the things around registering and securing property rights for economic development. So if I can leave you with, I guess, 3 takeaways on our journey. Your people and your customers must be at the heart of everything you do. You cannot do any of these changes with technology alone. You can't communicate enough. You need to communicate and communicate and communicate, and when you think you've done enough communicating, you probably need to start communicating. It is hugely important. And the other thing is you need to be resilient. You need to be prepared to fail. And as we're discovering, you also need to be prepared to succeed. Thanks very much.
Great. Thank you all very much. Those were impressive. I have a number of questions, but before I go, are there any questions in the audience? Do we have a mic? Okay, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Amy Regas. I'm from Tetra Tech. I just want to thank all the presenters this morning for all of the excellent information. It's super interesting. My question is specifically on TerraNet. And I'm wondering if you have looked at or even just thought about and considered whether this PPP model might be applicable in developing countries and why or why not. No.
Yeah, just paraphrase.
Hello? Okay, my question is specifically on TerraNet, and I was wondering if you have looked at or even considered whether this PPP model would be applicable in developing countries and why or why not.
I would say it's got some applicability, and I think about it in 2 ways. There's the PPP model as TerraNet was originally established, which puts the government and the private consortium together, and you share the risk. Whereas the model as it has evolved today into a consortium, the risk transferred to the private sector. So in both cases in our world, it comes down to the risk and the assessment of risk, which goes to technology risk, political risk, economic risk, and while I think you could set it up if you had the confidence that the commitment was there, the economy will sustain the business model within the PPP, then those are the mechanics that drive the change and advance it, and you'd be able to bring the capabilities to bear through that private sector component.
David and then Yulia.
Hi, my question is to both Canada and Australia. My understanding is that in both those countries you have First Nations groupings who live on land which is separate. And I understand that that's communal land. And I was just wondering how that fits into the land registry system, if at all.
You want to go first?
Yeah, we do. We actually have quite an interesting land rights issue in Australia, which I'm sure you probably know more in detail information on it than I do. But we have a lot of Aboriginal communities on Crown land, that have rights over the land, and one of the, we have some of the issues that I see in the South African examples where, how do you prove your rights when it's communal rights? So it's quite a complicated structure, and that while they have rights to live on the land, and government provides a lot of the services. So at the moment, government provides schooling, housing, health, but it's an issue that I don't think we've got nailed yet. We have multiple service providers that go out to some of those very, very remote areas, and some of them are just, if you went there, you wouldn't see anything there. But the very strong connection to land for the people is important. So we do recognise all of that land through Crown land in the title register, and how it's managed is communally by individuals with services provided by government at the moment.
In Canada, Aboriginal lands are generally managed federally, so this would be the reserves, and they are communal or leased, so there would be a leasing infrastructure within that. So they're not managed within the provincial context or by the provincial registry, and the registry services, or the registry integrity, I would say, is light, but there's lots of conversations about introducing a titling system into Aboriginal lands. I think the other area that comes into play are lands that are in dispute, so Aboriginal claims which would be on titled land, and the registry does come into play there as you're trying to define the scope of land, the extent of land, and those rights.
Front row, Peter and Yulia.
Hi, thank you for really interesting presentations. My question is to Jody and to Elizabeth. You both touched on the challenge of convincing different government agencies or government departments to share data with each other. And there's a clear case, of course, to be made for the sharing of data and for the kind of sum is greater than, or whole is greater than the sum of its parts, of combining different data sets, making it interoperable. But we also know the challenges around getting different actors to share data with each other. I was wondering if you could give us a little bit of the backstory of how you succeeded in convincing these parties to play in the same sandbox.
Do you want to go first?
Yes, I could. For us, before the agency started, it was very difficult for everybody to share data. Everybody held on to their data. Once the agency started, however, we were all in one place, so they had to share the data. But the problem still occurs because there is actually work going on now to provide a government data sharing policy so that the other departments will also share with us to help to improve that database. It's still difficult because you have to also remember that some people earn from their data. And so when they put it into this big pool, we haven't quite figured out yet how to give everybody a little bit of the share of that pie. So it's still an ongoing problem that we are working through. I guess in another few years we'll sort that out. But it's being worked on.
So we started, we have a thing in Western Australia called WALLIS, which stands for the West Australian Land Information System. And we run another thing, we love acronyms, doesn't this industry just love acronyms? We also run a thing called the Shared Location Information Platform. So we've been in those two spaces for WALLIS for over 25 years and SLIP 13 or 14 years. And what we did was build the infrastructure and then start the conversations, and then try and convince people to make their data available. So through SLIP, I think we've got almost 3,000 government data sets, and we're able to, because of how we've developed the platform, you can have open and free data. You can have open data that the agencies charge back. And you can also have data that's not available, that's, I guess, locked down data, which agencies can look at but the public can't look at. And we've been able to accommodate all of those things. But have we got all of the data? So no, we haven't. Our government has an open data policy, and we have a location information strategy signed off by Cabinet, but there's no mandate. So every data set that we get available through SLIP is much relationship building, conversation, giving confidence that the data is going to be safe. One of the things we found with our agencies is when you ask them why they won't share their data, they say because our data set's not good enough. And then you say to them, are you making decisions based on your data? And they say, oh yes, we're doing that. And you go, okay. So that's interesting. I guess the other thing that I see in WA, we're coming off the back of a large mining boom. There's been a lot of money in the economy. We don't have that. Our property market is the lowest it's been since the 80s. We would be in serious trouble if we had not disrupted ourselves. And what I'm seeing in government agencies, there's been massive cuts across the board to funding. And all of a sudden, people who didn't want to share data or wanted to have duplicate services are now coming and saying, you know how 5 years ago you said I didn't need my 50 staff, you could provide the service. Do you want to have that conversation? So for us, as things get tighter, the opportunity actually increases. So, you know, I'm hoping that some of the people who've had this bastion of staff that they've kept hold of are now going, we actually can't afford to duplicate services. So I think out of adversity comes opportunity if you're ready to take it. But it's a lot of relationship building, and it's very, very time consuming. And you just got to keep at it because it's, you know, for the benefit of our citizens and our shareholder, it's the right thing to do.
Hi, Peter Rabley again from a Media Network. Thank you all for your presentation. It's a question for all three of you, and perhaps Elizabeth, if you would start. As you went through the conversion process, how big a problem was fraud, both in the records and with staff, and how did you deal with it? And is it an ongoing problem, or have you largely seen that dissipate? Thank you.
Okay, for us, fraud was a problem in the registry. Missing documents torn out of the big books, if any of you know what that registry looks like. And I think one of the reasons with fraud was because things took so long to be done that people paid people to get out their matters quickly. Because of the conversion we have done, and we now have all the documents scanned, and we have more security of data, and we put in more secure systems and have, because we're still on a paper-based system, we put in watermarks in the documents, etc. It has made it a little bit more difficult for people to make their own titles, because people did that. It doesn't make sense tearing it out of the book anymore, because you don't see the book when you come into our offices. You now look at it on the computer screen. So that has improved quite a bit. There's no need to pay anybody to get out your documents, because you can pay us and get it in 1 day, or you can wait 2 days and get it, or you can wait the normal time, which is 5 days. So there's a big improvement in turnaround time, has assisted the whole matter of fraud being reduced drastically.
In Ontario, before the conversion process, the public would come to registry offices and could easily access a title book, so they could take it out. So if they wanted to rule off a mortgage, or that was a potential. I don't think it was viewed as prevalent when a fraud affected an older homeowner. That got a lot of attention, but it wasn't prevalent. What was unknown was mortgage fraud, because banks don't readily tell the world that there's been fraud on their properties. But as the records became automated, they became secure, and the government saw an opportunity to enhance that through the supporting processes, and in the mid-2000s enacted legislation that required lawyers to register transfers of property. They had to verify identity, so that was part of their function under their practice procedures. Lawyers were not allowed to act on both sides of a transaction unless they're in Northern Ontario, where the nearest lawyer was 1,000 miles away. So there were a number of things that could be actually put in place and enabled by the electronification of the processes and systems. So, you know, it still happens. You still hear about it, but I would say it's a more secure system and process today. But occasionally, people, if they want to set out to do it, they may find a way.
Yeah, I think similar for us. It certainly wasn't prevalent. But the work through e-conveyancing and now automated land registry, the e-conveyancing work has been done with all the registrars, the title registrars actually agreeing that e-conveyancing is the way forward, and one of the reasons for that is the security that it gives. And so our new land registry that we've developed to fit with that, it's certainly our belief and our registrar's belief that the more you automate and go to an electronic model, the more secure it is. But I agree with Elgin in as much as when people want to fraud, they'll try and find a way. But we're very aware. We had a fraud a few years ago with some people copying documents and going through Africa, where then someone was away on holidays, and that got a lot of media attention, and certainly things like verification of identity and other things have been tightened since then. So it's not something that happens a lot, but we are, once is too often, so we're acutely aware. But really the move to electronic conveyancing and an electronic register actually decreases the ability for fraud.
Two more questions. Hands are up. Actually three. We'll go one here, and then the lady, and then gentleman in the back.
Grenville Barnes, University of Florida. I'd like to come back to the idea of disruption, which you raised. It seems like most of you experienced not only disruptive technology, but disruptive economies, disruptive institutional factors, and it seems like that's not going to go away, particularly the technology side. And so I'd like to ask each of you to perhaps identify your top 3 factors that you think provide resilience to land registration systems.
Resilience to the system, or resilience to, do you mean the whole, to the
whole system.
Right, okay.
In the face of disruptive change, I guess. So when I think about something like blockchain, I go back to the Torrens system, where what's really important is the underpinning of that government guarantee of title and the integrity of it. And so that, as a disruptor, you know, it's got to still support that you know, somebody can't just start a land registry in our context anyways, and say this is where you're going to come now, because it lacks that government underpinning and integrity of that guarantee to title, which is why people are prepared to secure money against property.
Yeah, look, I think one of the things that's really important to the resilience of the whole system and the organisations is, I come back to the people. It's really important that we spend the time changing our culture and getting our culture ready for that, because I agree, disruption is everywhere, and it's not going away. So a few years ago, when I spoke to our staff and someone put their hand up and said, but we're change fatigued, we've had all this change and there's more change, you know, what are you going to do about it? And I said at the time, if you're change fatigued now, you probably need to get another job. And that's you know, that's okay. It's actually okay for people to not be comfortable where they are, but they need to make a choice to leave then. So in my most recent rounds of staff talks, where people, you know, if people are getting up in the morning and dragging themselves into work and saying, I'm going to that place again, don't come. You know, it really is that simple. It's absolutely a valid choice. Work somewhere where you can, you know, add value and that fits your values. And if that's not us, that's cool. There's plenty of other places that are. So the power of your people and what you can achieve, because at the end of the day, people, you can have all the technology in the world and you have governments and boards, but the people on the ground are the ones that give the customer service and make the change. So I would say don't underestimate the value of investing in your people, and recognise the time that it takes to do it. But disruption it's just here, and there's not an industry that you can look at to go, how could this be more efficient? And as a personal plea, if anyone's got any great ideas about fixing how you get on an airplane in a quicker way, then I stand in those queues and I think, my God, where is the disruption when you need it? So.
For Jamaica, like Canada and Western Australia, we're also on the torrent system, so we have that very secure base in terms of our titling. I agree with Jody that people is really the problem, because you could do everything, but if your persons are not properly trained, if they don't know how to speak to the customer, if they don't know how to calm down that customer who comes in, then disruption will continue. So we regularly put our staff, especially the frontline staff, back into training as to how to deal with the customers, because there's always that one customer who will push the staff over the line. So we try and make sure that they are prepared from a technical point or a legal point, so that they can answer the questions and be calm.
The lady 2 rows back.
I am Tara O, Pacific Forum CSIS. This is related to the question that was asked earlier about fraud. As we digitize more of the property information, it opens a new area of concern, and that is cyber attack, which is much beyond the fraud, I believe. So as we talk about, when we usually think about cyber attack, we think of like infrastructure, and then we think of enormous, chaos that will create. But if property information is also the target of something like that, then that would also be a huge disruption to the economy and in many areas. So how much of the mindset and the process of security were involved in the in the creation of the digitization process, as well as currently ongoing? And I just want to throw in one example. Within the United States, the OPM, Office of Personnel Management, held all kinds of personnel information, and they were stolen, and massive theft. And in general, that office is not in the mindset of security, wasn't present, but they held the data. So I'm just wondering, if you can talk about that aspect.
Yeah, I can start. Certainly we are in the mindset that it's really important and it needs to be secure. So a couple of things. One is when we developed our new registry service and it was cloud-based, we had quite a lot of questions come from people about the security of the cloud. And our argument would be, if it's in the cloud, it's actually more secure than if it's in a data center somewhere, which has a single point of failure, whereas with cloud, we have seamless backup. So if something went wrong at one area, you can move over. I guess the other thing is to, cyber security is an ongoing issue, and as soon as you fix one hole, someone clever and smarter goes through another. But we've made sure we've had independent verification. We actually have one of the world's leading cybersecurity areas at one of our universities, so we've had independent verification as we built our system. Every few months, come and test. You do everything you need to do. It's absolutely front of mind. Will that mean that we're never impacted? Possibly not, but certainly we recognise what we hold and the importance of it. So I think in a modern digital mobile world, you have to weigh up the pros and cons. And
so in our, I mentioned that we have performance standards that are around data integrity, security, availability, and ultimately we lose the company, we lose the contract if that happens. So we do take it very seriously. I would say it's proportionally, in terms of increases in investment over the last 10 years, security would be the highest growth in terms of the required investment. just because of how technology is evolving. And you know, we do run data centers, but they run hot. They're dual. You've got backup. We can duplicate. If everything was wiped out, we could still bring it back within a day's worth of the records, and do that within 24 hours. We run ethical hacking, so we hire somebody to try to hack our systems, and we're audited by government regularly and thoroughly. So it is a very, very high priority.
It's also a high priority for us. We actually back up outside of Jamaica. So if anything goes wrong, we can pull back down our data. And interestingly, about 2 weeks ago, we were advised that there were threats on our system. So we actually locked down everything for about 2 or 3 days until they could sort out what was the problem. This is a concern for us because we realize the value of the data that we have. And we also realize that going electronic titling is going to put us under more pressure to ensure that whatever systems we put in place, it can stand the scrutiny, because I think people don't want to know that their data is out there. They want to be sure that it is in a secure location. So it's something that we take very serious. So moving forward, it will increase in terms of our activities in that area.
Thank you. And then there's a question in the back, gentlemen.
I'm Michael Brown with Chemonics International, and my question was just asked, and
okay,
it was responded to, but one follow-on to piggyback on that is stakeholder perceptions about cybersecurity. Is this very much a concern in your 3 countries, and I'm thinking of the developing world? Would you imagine that cybersecurity would be a bigger issue in, say, African countries or Asian countries than it is in northern countries? And maybe Jamaica might be a good place to start with that. But just, you know, how big an issue is cybersecurity to the various stakeholders that have to buy into electronic registries?
Cybersecurity is a big issue for us. Lawyers are especially very, very concerned that the whole aspect of the whole protection of the data is at the forefront of our minds. But as I said previously, this is something that is fairly new for us. We have always stored our data outside of Jamaica because, you know, we are subject to natural disasters. And so, and cyber threats are, you know, they occur. So we just need to be aware of what it is we're looking for, and to ensure that our staff is also aware that certain things they can do can bring the threats into our agency. So we're working on it.
I think it's changed over time, the perception, certainly in the early days when computers were relatively new and lawyers didn't think you could hack into a typewriter. So it's evolved though, and I think today it's kind of a table stakes. They expect that security people will get a health card online. They'll get driver's licenses online. So there's an expectation around the privacy aspect of the data, but I think there's a general concern around the ability to hack and hold data hostage or corrupt data. But that would be no different in this environment for other government databases as well, in my view. And so that's why you do take it seriously.
My only comment would be that I actually think there's an opportunity for developing companies to learn from the mistakes we've made and to leapfrog a whole lot of the processes and systems and things that we've been through. So I think security is probably one of those. But while people expect their data to be secure, they also expect to get the service and to get their driver's license online and to do everything online. So it's a balance. It is absolutely forefront. I mean, you know, on the number one thing on what we have our registry is backed by the state. So if fraud happens, the state pays. So I can assure you, my shareholder, they don't actually care what all the other statistics are. If I've got, if my fraud numbers go up, I can have the best set of figures on everything else, and it won't make any difference.
Yeah. A lot of my questions have been asked. I just want to put a question to Elgin and Jody. We've talked a lot about people and culture, and we've also talked about technology. And technology is not a panacea, but it's, as we're seeing in this conversation, you can't get away from it. And you're both heading into new geographies, Manitoba and New South Wales, to take your solution and ramp it up. And I'm just curious how you're thinking about that. What technologies you might be deploying, your own or others, and just you're sort of getting, reading these cases, one's struck by the amount of time and effort it takes. And now one would assume you have a mandate to move quickly. So how are you thinking about that, and what technologies are going to be a part of it?
Certainly, I think the world's changed from what we'll call the pioneer days of electronic land registry. In Manitoba, we assumed operations 2 years ago. They were partially down the continuum on electronification, but within 2 years we're delivering electronic conveyancing, and actually the system looks different than it does in Ontario, and that's because the process and the way records are managed is different. So it's got to be able to accommodate that. So there are elements underpinning that are just common to every registry system that we can use from Ontario, and we are. But when it comes to the I'll call it the operational layer, the processing layer, and the document construct for lawyers, that looks different, and that has to be customized. But the technology lends itself to be able to do that much more quickly and be much more versatile today.
Look, and from our perspective, I guess Advara is the tech partner of the New South Wales Consortium. So it's very, very early days, and it's I can't actually tell you what will be expected, but I can make some observations, I guess. Our new land registry system, which Advara has a license to, we know is what adds value to Advara, and why we were included in the consortium. So it's not a great leap to go, well, they'll look to implement that system. For us, we think that will be both an interesting journey. We've got a bit of a benefit from the rest of the world because we have a national electronic conveyancing system. It means that a whole lot of the lining the ducks up at the front end has already happened. So we've developed our system. We've tried to, even when talking to our own people on what they wanted, to create it as vanilla as we could, so that we didn't need to do a lot of modification and customisation. So we're very confident that we're a very good fit for New South Wales, and how that project goes will be a real, testament of how we can roll out to other jurisdictions. But just as a bit of a historical fact, our own old system, the West Australian system that we've just transitioned off, was actually the New South Wales system. So we know that underpinning, particularly in New South Wales, we have a lot of common elements. So, but it's still going to be an interesting challenge. But that's what the system was developed for. It was multi-tenanted for a reason, and that meant that we had to change our own thinking and our own business processes. So we didn't just turn into a system things that we were doing that actually weren't best practice. So we were very challenging right from the beginning on our own assumptions.
I think the other thing to keep in mind is that land registry is it might be the beginning and the end of a real estate transaction, but there are a lot of different inputs, and there's a lot of different stakeholders. There's a lot of different systems that I think the opportunity to connect better and more efficiently with other parts of the real estate chain, the realtors, the banks, the lawyers themselves, in terms of the other functions they have to do to conduct a land registration transaction. So that's the next evolution that we're seeing is where you're actually interfacing on multiple levels, and it's part of a hub of coming in and being able to do a real estate transaction between a realtor and a lawyer and a bank all in one place.
Great, thank you. With that, unfortunately, I think we are out of time. So lunch is outside. Thank you all for your attention, and join me in giving a round of applause to the panel.
I have nothing.
Even myself. And you don't have to display this card. Yeah, that's better than this one too.
Yeah, but I think they will ensure.
And that's why
They
she
promised.
went this.
Okay, no problem. We'll just wait.
Well, in the end, we do have to organize a visit
Yeah,
to Tanzania.
yeah, no problem.
And have you come to
To Mozambique, yeah.
wherever is closer? Share with the people from Cabo Delgado or Niassa
Yeah, okay.
to join you. But I want to come.
Yes, sir. You're welcome.
And bring people from the government too.
You are welcome.
Don't tomorrow. I'm planning. I have an appointment. Where?
Then?
Okay.
Compassion.
Oops. Okay, so I think we're set with yours. Hello? Great. I think we're ready to start. Thank you, everyone. I'm Pallavi Nuka. I'm with ISS at Princeton University. Just going to introduce the next two cases. These two cases about Mozambique and Tanzania focus on rural land titling. While the big picture, or the big problem in these cases is the question of formalizing land rights in previously informal and customary systems, these cases also highlight the importance of building people's awareness of their implicit legal rights, the importance of mobilizing communities to map and register boundaries, and the importance of developing mechanisms for dispute resolution. And these cases also really touch on how important it is to clarify individual rights within the broader communal system. The first speaker is Emilio Oliveira of the Community Land Initiative in Tanzania. In Mozambique. The initiative, or ITC, is an externally driven program that helps rural communities register their rights. Emilio has been working in the rural development sector for 27 years with Oxfam, DFID, and now with ITC. Our second speaker is Serafia Mgembe of the Property and Business Formalization Program in Tanzania. This organization is known by the Kiswahili acronym Mkurabita. Created by the presidency in 2003, Mkurabita is working to formalize land rights and economic activity throughout the country. Serafia has been with that organization for 12 years, and she leads its work in building capacity to document rural land rights. Thank you. So with that, I'll pass the presentation to Emilio.
This works. Good afternoon. I don't need to use this one, is that right? Well, I'm going to present you about our experience in Mozambique. And I hope my Portuguese reasoning don't betray me in my translation to English. The motivation to start this initiative came from the context of high pressure over land in Mozambique, particularly since 2006 with the biofuels boom, and has been increasing so far up to now due to urbanization, due to mining, the discovery of oil, etc. And then also due to the limited capacity of the government to implement the land law and a series of other, I think this presentation is not the one, but I can, it's not the updated one anyway, but we can. Sorry for that. I can. Does that work? Sorry. It's, will you find the other one?
Do you want to go back one more?
Yes. Because the other one, the one I presented yesterday is different. But I would prefer the other one anyway. Well, sorry for that. It has been updated, but we can do that. No problem. There is the limited capacity of the government to implement the law. The costs, or high costs, regularization costs for communities that imply not only money, but also time. It's a really high intensive process and a lot of land conflicts. We born with the intention to complement the efforts of the government to implement the law. And we decided to stop on this statement, particularly because of the political sensitivity of the topic, particularly because our intention is indeed be constructive and rather than fighting against the government as most of the organizations do. And the principal intention is to protect community rights. Our core business is delimitation of community land, is demarcation of rural associations, is the promotion of economic development, promotion of citizenship. Basically, the core of our motivation, the core of our organization, our drive is basically promote the citizenship by providing information to communities and ensure that communities have a notion of the value of the land and their natural resources, that they have a notion that only by doing partnerships with investors, they can eventually improve their conditions. But a community with proper information is better fit to negotiate, actually, transactions and contribute to conflict reduction. We started shyly, and I have to say, with the contribution of 6 European donors. I have to refer DFID, the Sweden, Netherlands, Ireland, and Denmark. The Millennium Challenge Corporation arrived in 2009 and helped us cover the northern region, and then we became better encouraged to expand to other two provinces. The results we present here are modest, but this has an explanation on the limited capacity of the government to implement the law. As in 2007, for instance, in October, while we were commemorating the 10th anniversary of the land law, the government did an amendment on the law, on the regulation to establish limits of authority to attribute land. Because at that time, until 2007, a governor could give you 50 hectares of land, or 50,000 hectares. There was no control. So they established a limit. The big problem that this amendment brought was within the government and how the government itself, government officials at the provincial district level, interpreted that amendment, which was positive, but they mixed the rule and applied it to communities. By the Constitution, a community has no limits. A community lives in a place, so the boundaries of a community are not limited, is limited by their own livelihoods. While a private sector applicant for land needs to present a project. Even if you want to build a house, you have to show that you want to build a house. So this was mixed, and the same demands that the private sector application suffers was attributed to communities. We needed about 3 years to clarify this. That's why these are modest. Today, we started with an aim of 25 land delimitations per year in 2006, and today we are able to do 300 delimitations. Our actually target for 2017 is 354 delimitations. There is pressure. We started this program thinking on, is it relevant? Is there demand of our services? And the demand has been growing. Today, with the discovery of oil and gas in Inhambane province, for instance, and the 2 bridges that are being built in Maputo, we have demand from the governors, inviting us to expand to these 2 provinces too. In our point of view, delimitation is more, it's not just that physical exercise. It's much more. We call it delimitation. It should have another name. It should have a name like building citizenship. But in fact, we have to start from delimiting. And delimitation is an attitude of providing information to communities, making an assessment of the resources that they have, make them understand that they have to go in partnerships. We promote community investors partnerships. The result of our process of delimitation does build of identity of a community. A community gets an ID card. A community becomes eligible to exert their rights, their citizenship rights. There are a series of benefits that the law offers, like the 20% of the revenue in the law of forests and wildlife. There is the 15% in the law of tourism. There is this 2.75% in the law of mining, which revenue that communities, once delimited, once recognized by the authorities, have the right to claim. Okay. The government, as I said, the law, our law is beautiful, it's good. It has all you need to respect people's rights. The basis of the law is already there. You have to share information with the community. You have to establish capacity, internal capacity in the community by building natural resources committees. This is an obligation of the law. You have to respect limits between communities. Part of the conflicts that exist are not necessarily brought by outsiders. It's not necessarily that. Sometimes it's within communities that the problem arises, but also inter-communities between neighboring communities. They can be really, you can find terrible conflicts, and the law already considers the importance of this exercise, and then you have the formalization of the rights. We come in bringing social preparation to the process, and social preparation is an exercise of formalizing the structures within the community, but it's also an exercise of creating within the communities the capacity to sort the problems out by itself. So it's a bit of that the law do not take in account that we bring in. Okay, there is an exercise of opening a bank account that I can explain later. From the delimitation process, you have a recognition from the provincial authorities that give you a certificate. You have a zoning, a land zoning, that we expect to contribute to the district level. So this would be a micro dimension of the need to map a district. So you get a certificate and a map that shows your boundaries, and then you get the recognition of the authorities within the community by the administrator. Then you get these rights published in the state gazette, and from there you are able to open a bank account. So a community has an ID card and can open a bank account and can start claiming their rights. One of the most important documents that we produce is what we call community agenda. It's what we can simplify saying that it's the profile of the community that can be easily transformed on a business plan, if needed. It comes with the history of the community, all the potential, and a roadmap of a potential path that the community can take if they decide to do it by them, do something by themselves. We don't work alone. We need to partner with the key players in the system. Especially, we keep close attention to the government plans and try to build synergies between the government programs and communities. But we are stretching ourselves and trying to focus on special slots of the system where we can produce more benefit. And we created, together with other organizations, we created a consortium that tries to use the legislation of 2008 to expand the benefits that the communities have. Namely, as I said, they now access, the communities are represented by natural resources committees. But the other laws that I mentioned, the mining, the tourism, etc., are also channels through which they can benefit. So we expect from this consortium to expand the roles of benefits that the community, formal benefits that the communities have. We have entered in a partnership with Gorongosa National Park to focus and stretch ourselves to work on in the buffer zones of the national parks, but also to contribute for harmony between communities and the authorities of the parks, try to focus our attention in conservation areas. We are, as we are here, trying to expand also and build better relationships with the academy. All these institutions here are part of the governance system of our organization and make our decision-making processes sounder. It's not changing. Oh, I'm being betrayed by this. Let me say some statements from practice. Yes, from our experience. Oops, how do I go back? Okay, sorry. From our experience, we expect to convince whoever has time to listen to us that delimitation first is an important step, particularly for those investors with mega projects. There are lots of testimonies of business that fail because you get to a place eventually misled by whoever facilitates your access to land, and you don't communicate with the communities. You don't respect the rights that are already there. And those situations are often result in poor implementation of your business. Social preparation is key to ensure that people, that communities know themselves, know their rights, that they know that they have rights, have limitations, and they are the authors. I'm getting a bit, English is now becoming difficult, that they're authors of their own development. The development plans are an important instrument for a forward-looking instrument that can, as I said, be transformed easily on a business plan if some people, if some if somebody or some organization wants to help to establish a value chain for the communities. We adopted an intervention in clusters, especially to be able to improve our capacity and increase the number of communities. Today, what we call one project, one intervention, can easily contain 5 to 7 communities. It reduces costs and make it more feasible. There is an attempt to do an inclusive approach to gender and diversity. We don't know much about it. We are trying to find better ways to improve and maximize the impact with regards to gender and diversity, trying to learn and trying to build challenging indicators and get out only of the number of women in decision-making posts, and consider more the diversity within a community. There are more needs that are diverse. Yeah, there are sections of the community that are not heard if you are not sensitive to it. We do inclusive. As I said, I showed you a big bunch of organizations. They are all part of our decision-making process. So we keep all of those sensitivities involved in the monitoring of the program, bringing up the weaknesses as each of the organizations or if each of the institutions in their own specificity expects. Well, we do lots of keeping systematic cost-benefit analysis, and outcome mapping is one of the most important aspects that we have introduced in our attitude, which is while we go forward, we keep attention in going backwards and try to see what are the effects of our work, what has been happening after we have passed. So right now, I think we are in 2010, looking for the results of 2010. And there are beautiful examples of interesting results. In terms of challenging and opportunities, the big challenge is institutional capacity of stakeholders. Ours, the private sector, service providers, the government, donors, all stakeholders do need some sort of literacy on the topic. All stakeholders need to be kept in the same level in order to produce results. But one of the big issues is interinstitutional coordination. Organizations creating separate paths, not talking to each other, and not producing impact. What we have been able to do through synergies is, in fact, bringing different programs together and producing. I can give you some examples, but I think my time is over. So we would expect that with better coordination, better productivity, less land conflicts, development, of course, mature response to problems would result. I guess that's all for now. Thank you, and I'm sorry. Chish.
Yeah, thank you, Pallav, for the introduction, and so that I can go straight to the business. My business this afternoon is to share with you the initiative on capacity building to the local government authorities in regard to formalizing rural land in Tanzania. And this has been done by the Property and Business Formalization Program, which is known in its Swahili acronym as Mkurabita. So I will be referring to the word Mkurabita, meaning that the Property and Business Formalization Program for Tanzania. Let's have a bit of background of how has Mkurabita been introduced, being established. Mkurabita is a government institution, a government initiative which was aiming at empowering the poor, empowering the people who are owning land, who are operating businesses in the informal sector. And how do we empower them? We empower them by transforming them from being informal to being formal so that they can be part of the economy which is governed by the rule of the law. How was it established? What triggered this government to establish the Mkurabita thing? The decision to establish Mkurabita was basically done in September 2003. And this was done after the third phase government president, His Excellency Benjamin William Mkapa, who met the known economist of Peru, Hernando de Soto, who explained to him about formalization. And what the president decided, he wanted that particular knowledge which he received from Hernando de Soto is being imparted to the people of Tanzania. And he called a high-level meeting of all principal leaders in the country who were explained in 2 days, explaining what is formalization and what are the consequences of running an economy which is have a huge assets which are informal. And after he was convinced that the leaders have understood what is formalization, then he declared that we are now establishing the Mkurabita thing so that it can run the transformation process of transforming people who are in the informal sector to the formal sector. And the effectiveness of this program was in November 2004, and the target was all Tanzanians who were owning land and operating business in the informal sector. Now, how was it implemented? How the implementation was conceived? As I said, the conceiving of the program was by the help of this Hernando de Soto. I talked about him. And the way it was is that it has to be implemented in 4 phases. And phase 1 was to undertake diagnosis. And the diagnosis was being undertaken between November 2004 up to September 2005. And a lot have been seen from it. We'll be discussing them in the next slide. And the next phase was reform design. And the reform design started in January 2006 up to May 2008. While the third one was implementation phase and implementing the reforms which were proposed during the second phase. And this was done between July 2008 to date. And we are still implementing. And the fourth one is capital formation and good governance. And you will see there capital formation and good governance started in July 2010, again to date. And now you will wonder why you have two phases running concurrently. The reason is that the ultimate goal of the program was to make sure that people who own assets can use the assets to make more money, to make more wealth. So that's why it was capital formation. So if you say, let us complete the implementation phase, then after we have completed, we come to the capital formation phase. It means there will be some people who will not test the fruits of the implementation phase. So we say, let them test while we move. We design as we implement. We design as we implement. That's why from 2010, we had this thing being implemented together. Now let's see the magnitude of the informality. And you can appreciate why this program was established. The magnitude of informality in terms of percentage is around 90% of the assets in Tanzania are informal. And the value of the assets which are in the informal business and informal land is about 29.3 billion US dollars. You can just imagine, 29.3 billion US dollars. And where is the breakdown of this? On urban land, it was noted that about 1,447,000 plots were not registered. And this was 89% of the entire urban land in the country. While the rural land, it was about 60,600,000 hectares of land not registered. And this is 94% of the land. Now you can imagine. And in terms of value, both urban and rural land, the value is 26.4 US dollars billion. So you can imagine if you are a sensitive leader, if you are a responsible leader, you'll have to sit down and say, let us do something on this. In terms of business, although not the focus of this presentation, but it's worth knowing it, about 4.5 million businesses, which is 80% of all businesses, were informal. So again, something had to be done about business which are informal. What's the reason? Why is this situation? Is it that the government doesn't know the meaning? Is it that the people who are owning or are living in the informal sector don't know the value of it? But it was discovered during the diagnosis that because the laws and regulations which are governing formalization, both in terms of land and in terms of businesses, were very cumbersome, were not user-friendly. It took a long time to implement. So people said, why should you bother? If they are cumbersome, if they are so bureaucratic, why should we bother? We continue transacting our land businesses, transacting our business transaction informally, so long as life continues. So, as a result, we have two parallel systems. We have the system which is formal, which is having very few people who comply, very few, along with the informal line, which have a lot of people. Almost all Tanzanians are in this line of informal transactions. So, the reason have been known, and after that said, okay, something have to be done, and the government now approved that you have to go to the next phase, that's the second phase. We have to design reforms which will take care of all the obstacles which have been noted during the diagnosis phase. Now, because of time, you can go to the website and see exactly how the process of reform design was done. But for here, I'll just share with you the reform design framework. And the reform design framework has 5 major areas. And one area are the reforms which are related to real estate property formalization. Because it is cumbersome, now we prepare reforms which are making the process friendly and not cumbersome and more economic. And we have another block that reforms for allowing economic use of real estate assets. As I said, that we make sure that people use the assets to make money. Now we created specific reforms that will make the ability of people to use these assets to make more money, to make more growth of the economy. The other two blocks is for business, and one is for business formalization, and another one is for business growth, because we usually say many people are just doing business that is for hand to mouth. We don't want hand to mouth businesses. We want businesses which are growing. So we had to have specific reforms that allow businesses to grow. And the final block, the final area is reforms which are cross-cutting. They are neither business, there are no land issues, but they are very important if you want the economy to move forward. Now we have seen the magnitude of the problem, and what do we do now? And this Mkurabita thing, I've got very few people, and the country is very big. What do we do? So that's when the program management unit chose to use this initiative which I'm sharing with you, the capacity building approach to the local government authorities. And the reason was to make the local government authorities own the process, make the local government authorities accept the process, accept and have commitment to the process, be able to finance and own the process so that everything is being done within the local government authorities areas. And all the three areas, as I said, the rural land, the urban land, and the businesses, we undertook capacity building approach to implement it. But for today, my focus will be capacity building approach for rural land formalization. How did we do it? Is the capacity building itself is training. But the training was theoretical training and practical training. And the theoretical training was very important because we wanted to train trainers who will also train other people to undertake the process. And we had 3 levels in doing this. One level was at district council level. So the district council level was like their trainers. They are training at the ward level and the village level. So after we were through with the participatory land use management team at the district council level, we went down to the ward executive level where we have trained the ward extension officers in the areas of agriculture, community development, education, forest, and health. All those together with the team from the district, they went down to the village. So in the village level, we had village functionaries trained, whom include the chairman, the village executive officer, the village land use planning team, the village education team. All these people are in the land law. So after we were convinced that this team are trained enough, now we went together to the field. And now comes the area of practical training. And in the practical training, the district council was given the mandate to select the villages where the practical training can be implemented. So it's 2 or 3 villages, and the activity which have been undertaken in the practical training is preparing land use plans, undertaking adjudication, undertaking the survey, and finally, of course, giving the certificate of customary right of occupancy, the CCROs. Again, when we were undertaking the practical training, we also prepared district's formalization plan, because the intention is to leave the capacity to the district so that when we are through, they continue. So we said, okay, let's prepare the plan together. So we left the plan. Imagine we were doing in 2 or 3 villages, but the district council had more than 100 villages. So we need to have a plan so that they can use it either to generate funds or to access funds from donors, or from their own source. When they have funds, they can continue with implementing what they're supposed to be implementing. Along with the plan, we also constructed village land registries in some areas, because existing availability of village land registries is a legal requirement. If you formalize a rural land, you must have a register at a registry at the village level and registry at district level. And we had no problem with the district level because at least the situation was, appealing. But if you go to the village, the situation was very, very bad. So in areas where we found no registries, we had to construct. In areas where we found there were some registries, but in a very pathetic situation, we had to undertake very serious and major renovation so that we have the registry in place. And again, while doing this, we have provided survey gears, and these gears include the GPS. We have 10 GPS for each district council, 2 computers, 1 printer, cameras, laminating machines, land registry for districts, land registry for villages. All these things were given to the district council so that after they are through with these 2 villages, they can just continue to another village. Again, the objective is to make sure that all these things, after Mkurabita has gone, they can continue and come up with a formalization agenda implemented. Now, in the course of building capacity, the results was that we had surveyed 110,000 farms in 280 villages, and over 96,000 certificates of customer right of occupancy were prepared and issued to the owners. And the training it was done in 53 district councils, while also, because we wanted people to use this land economically, we also trained the owners of formalized land so that they can use to generate capital. But one thing which we can be proud of, out of the areas which we visited and implemented this thing, about 24 district councils managed to start doing it on themselves. So they managed to go through 226 villages and surveyed about 17.7 farms. Now you will wonder that Mkurabita did for 280 villages with 110,000, but the district councils went to 226 villages, but only 17,000. It's because Mkurabita was doing systematic education, while the district councils are doing sport education. So you can see the reason why. Again, as a result of building capacity approach, we managed to reduce land conflicts between farmers and farmers and cattle keepers, and village. I think you know about these things. We also reduced the bureaucracy. We simplified the process of doing it. Instead of being cumbersome like we saw during the diagnosis, that it became simple, user-friendly, economical, and so at the end of the day, the local ownership which we wanted was achieved, and hence the sustainability of the agenda could be implemented at the local government authority level. As a result of this, many farmers who were trained managed to access loans to the tune of about $202 million US. And not only that, farmers started to join pension funds for their benefits during their old age. Now let's look at the challenges. We have a lot of challenges, but I'll share with you these 4 challenges. One of it is the lack of adequate financial resources to undertake formalization, but another serious one is lack of finance to undertake study. Mkurabita started implementing this thing in 2008. It's now close to 10 years. But if you ask me how much we have reduced the informality, I cannot tell you, because the agenda is being implemented by a lot of people. There are USAID doing it, you have Oxfam doing it, you have the ministries doing it. So a lot of people are doing it. Now, if you ask me as a person who is given this mandate, I cannot tell you until I do some studies. So one of the things which, if I can get any assistance from here, that we look some money which we want to undertake this study, so that I can stand firm and say, this is the way how we have reduced the informality in the country. And we need about $745,000 US to undertake this study, so that we have it from the region level. Statistics. And conclusively, I can say these 4 points, that the program is purposely placed under the President's office because of its importance. And not only that, the program is also in the ruling party manifesto, so it is very important. And because the ultimate objective is to see Tanzanians running the economy themselves. And our fifth government is focusing on industrialization. So we want people through their lands they own, through their businesses they're operating, they are able now to participate in industrializing the country. And now we are in the process of doing this study. And once again, I call upon those who can be with me to get the money for doing this particular study. Thank you very much for listening. And here is the website where you can get all the information. And here is my email. You can come back to me, and my mobile telephone number is also here. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Sarafia. So now I'd like to open the floor to questions from the audience. Yes? Someone here.
Another economist question. They're all very nasty. I understand that it takes a long time to see outcomes, but do you have even an anecdotal sense of whether a lot of people who have title or communities who have received title have been able to get credit from banks for investments or land improvements and so on?
Yeah, should I continue?
Would you
Or
like
we-
to?
or we-
Or
we-
actually, there was another question also. And there's another one. So perhaps we can go here.
Hi, I'm just curious if, particularly in the Mozambique case, have you observed any correlation at all between property rights and control of wildlife crime, poaching? I'm sorry, John Waugh from Integra.
Yeah, question on the case in Tanzania. So I'm Daniel. We're a company called Ben. We're working in Ghana with a few of the banks to help access lending to those doing land documentation. So I was curious to see that you said one of the challenges was that many banks do not lend. Who is currently doing the lending that you were talking about? Are these rural banks who are already lending on these temporary titles or the occupancy certificates? And then what is the challenge for the other banks why they're not lending?
Okay, so maybe we'll let the speakers answer those questions. The first was about the outcomes, and then it's related to the lending, and then the other one was about property rights and poaching.
Should I start?
Go ahead.
Well, thank you. In Mozambique, land is not, land belongs to the state. So it's impossible to use it as collateral. That would be the straight answer to that. There is a question of, there is a lot of discussion on privatization. There is an attempt to do an amendment in the law that will allow transference of rights, but you cannot use it as collateral. With regards poaching and crime, the consciousness of communities has demonstrated that in some cases they have control. They do police and protect their resources. In a recent visit to Cabo Delgado, for instance, there was a group of people who were arrested by the community first because they monitor the illegal use of their resources. So consciousness is key in these situations.
Yeah, maybe also to go back to the economist point. For Tanzania, the ultimate goal of establishing this particular program is really capital formation, that we do all things, but at the end of the day, we want these people to participate in the economy which is governed by the rule of the law. Now, that's why we undertake parceling, giving them titles on individual basis so that they can use them to get loan. But I can join this with the question asked by my brother there, that but there are some banks which do not accept this from the experience, and I agree. There are some banks which do not accept the CCRO because they said it's customary right. It's not a right, it's customary right. But the challenge is why some banks we are not accepting these CCROs is what contains in the law. Because in the law, they said in case of default, bankers are not allowed to sell the properties which someone has used it as a collateral. Just imagine, it's conflicting. that you accepted that you want people to make capital out of it. And if someone defaults, you cannot sell its property. So bankers were refraining. They say, no, it does not make any sense. But since Mkurabita has started this particular program, they kept on informing the bankers that we need to sit down together and see what can we do so that these citizens can take advantage of building the economy. At the same time, they are not defaulting. And in some cases, we go and make a tripartite arrangement. We say, here is the bank, the financial institution, here is Mkurabita, here is someone who wants to get a loan from the bank. So that Mkurabita becomes like a father or a mother to this person, pushing. No, how much have you paid so far? How much have you done so far? Did you use the loan according to the requirement? So we have proved that this has made the bankers now say, okay, we are confident that the people who are receiving CCRO, they can pay back the loans. And in fact, these banks, not only the community banks, because we have the community banks, we have other big banks. We have CRDB Bank, it's a very big bank. We have National Microfinance Bank, it's a very big bank. And now we have established a cultural development bank, so that it goes straight to the farmers giving these particular loans. But yet there are still some people, some banks which do not accept it because of this point in the law.
Okay, other questions? I think David Mason had a question, and then Susanna.
Thanks. Yeah. Two questions really. In Tanzania, are there chiefs? And if so, how are they involved in land administration, and how have they been incorporated in this titling process? And secondly, again in Tanzania, are there communal areas where there may be overlapping rights? And if so, how have you dealt with that in this titling process? If it's communal areas, it's communal piece of land, maybe at a certain part of the year, one group might be using that land, in another part of the year, another group might be using that land. How does that get incorporated into the entitling process?
Okay. Susanna?
Yes, I have a question about, I guess, transparency and avoiding elite capture during these processes at the village level, at the local level. For example, is it the village adjudication committees in Tanzania? Is that what they're called? Yes. How are those committees selected? What attempts are made to make sure that all sectors of the village, like minorities and women, are represented in those committees to avoid that type of elite capture or land grabbing, whatever you want to call it.
Okay. And can we take one more question from the gentleman over here?
Thank you. Thank you both for the presentation. I'm Paul Masick with the World Cocoa Foundation. And I was wondering if you could answer two questions. One is a very practical question regarding the costs of registering land and documenting it. How were those costs shared, and to what extent did the farmers actively participate in that cost sharing, and perhaps at what level? Happy to be referred to more detailed documentation if that's too granular for this discussion. And then secondly, I'd also be interested in knowing to what extent you have evidence that farmers who've actually registered their land are changing their practices and behaviors with regard to that land. Are they actually changing anything, or is it just, taking what was a traditional customary right and now translating it into sort of more codified, registered right?
Do you want to start again?
Well, okay. Okay. Starting from the last, if there are changes after titling. In the perspective of our program, our project, we work with communities, so it's collective rights, and even when it is titling, it is for associations. What I can share from most positive experiences is that the title for an association or a cooperative is very, very important to get support, either technical or financial. So the best example I have is a community, an association that we helped to register 58 hectares by a river, but they had no means to invest. A government program dedicated, actually funded by the World Bank, dedicated to support irrigation, provided them with the equipment to irrigate their land. Another program that promotes commercial agriculture, provided that technical assistance to produce sugarcane. The harmonization of these three, the title, the water, and the sugarcane technique, upgraded their capacity, and the sugar company nearby just buys their product, so the chain is closed. This is one of the most positive examples.
I can also add something on this last point you talked about, whether registration assists in changing behavior. Yeah, we can say yes. And in fact, in terms of Tanzania, it has changed people's mindset so much because they linked the entire process with getting money, with the capital formation. So since everyone is saying, okay, I'm registering my land because I get collateral to get loan. And if I get loan, I will do so-and-so businesses. So from there, people started to think about capital formation all the time. So it has really changed their mindset so much, not only registration. With regards to the cost sharing, someone asked if there is cost sharing, or how do they share this cost? I can say that in areas where Mkurabita undertake this capacity building, so the government is like investing at the beginning, is giving capital, is giving a seed for the formalization to start taking place. And thereafter, the village councils decide how much someone has to contribute. Because this money is supposed to be assisting the land register at the village level. So it is the village council decide how much these people has to contribute. But if you are doing the formalization using private firms, then that is another thing because they come up with business-oriented decisions. And another point was whether we have chiefdom in the country. We don't have. Everything which is related to land issues, they are not about chiefs, it's about the law. So it's village land number 5 of 1999 is governing all transactions regarding land formalization in the country. With the representation, at the village level, the first register is the village chairman, a village executive officer. So the representation is again according to the law, because the law says that education officer should be this and this, the committee should involve this. We have 4 women in the committee of 10. So all these things are being done according to the law.
No.
Okay. Okay, so I'm now getting the sign to stop, so we're going to wrap up this session for now. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Emilio and Serafia.
Thank you.
There is a bit more in the back, but otherwise we're going to jump right into the next session. And then there is a break after this. So sitting next to me are Leon and Maya, who are the 2 scribes who actually wrote these incredible cases. And if you didn't get a chance to read them, hopefully you'll read them and share them after this. And I requested that we do this session partially because I wanted to develop an appreciation for how much work went into these cases, but also to take advantage of all the knowledge in their heads. So to jump in, if you could both just quickly introduce yourselves and give us a quick sense of your background. Maya?
All right, sure, I'll start. So I've been working at ISS for 3 years on land and property rights for the last year or so, but before that on a wide variety of issues, everything from preventing deforestation to judicial reform to public works. And prior to that, I worked in Kenya for the International Rescue Committee, and I studied comparative politics at Princeton.
Great. So I'm Leon Schreiber. I'm actually based in Cape Town, South Africa. Technology can do amazing things these days. Despite being based there, I've worked with ISS for about 2 years now. Prior to joining this project, also about a year ago, most of my work focused on the Ebola response in West Africa, specifically Liberia. So we did a series of cases on that fascinating story. I also worked previously on how to make power-sharing cabinets actually work together in post-conflict settings. So that's very far from land administration, but you know, that's one of the great things about this job, is that it really constantly challenges you to learn new things. Before joining ISS, I did a PhD in political science at the Free University of Berlin, and prior to that, I studied at Stellenbosch University in South Africa, all in political science.
Impressive. So you both have rich backgrounds before getting into writing these cases, and I'm curious, from those different perspectives, when you got into land and property and you produced these documents, what struck you about this area of tenure and land reform?
So for me, having spent 2 years working on a whole range of different issues through the same process of writing case studies, what stood out when I started getting into the land administration side of things was how many components I was about to have to deal with, especially writing cases on managing land registries effectively. So things like restructuring an institution, or improving performance management, or developing a digital system are things that we could write an entire case study about just one of them. And so finding ways to cover all that ground and for me to wrap my head around it and then to make it accessible to readers was certainly an interesting and challenging process. And I'm very grateful to all of the people who I interviewed who helped make that as smooth as possible for me.
Yeah, so what's interesting is that practically Maya and I ended up sort of focusing on slightly different elements of this bigger story. So she was working a lot on the setting up the registries and the agencies, and I ended up working more on sort of the practical titling out in the field type cases. And yet I share a lot of the same sentiments. I was really struck by how many issues are involved. You know, it's obviously focused and defined, and that's the focus of the case, but it really cuts across so many different elements, and one of them is just how political all of this is. I think one of the key things to keep in mind is that land is often the most valuable resource in many of these, especially poorer countries. It's the one thing that the state can leverage for different purposes, good or nefarious, and therefore the political stakes are often very high. In any sort of technical solution or proposal needs to sort of take that political reality into account when coming up with solutions. So I think that's something that stands out.
Right. And can you just talk a little bit about the process? So maybe just pick one case and give a sense of like how many interviews, how much research, and
right.
how much internal review to get these.
So, I mean, the process generally kicks off with sort of a background paper on what the series will focus on. And then that involves sort of refining it down to how many cases, which ones we want to focus on. I know for this case, Maya and Jennifer actually did a lot of that, more than I did. But I can certainly speak about once we've sort of zoomed in on a specific case or topic. Generally, the preparation begins with what we call a pre-trip briefing. So this is a meeting where we get together staff from, all of the staff from ISS, basically, and we'd really dig into the background of this issue. So if we take the Mozambican case, you know, what is in that beautiful law that the country has adopted? Why are there certain challenges in why it's not perhaps being implemented as the government would like? and then sort of teasing out what should be the key questions. Then obviously you go to the country, you interview. We try to get to about 25 people in 2 weeks, so it's quite an intense process. And then I would say it's really quite organic in the actual discussions you have. You obviously have the issues you want to touch on, but there's definitely a human touch. It's not a mechanical process when you speak with someone, because people are different. And I think something to keep in mind in this type of work is that, you know, you're going around the world. Cultures are different, people are different, societies are different. And finding your feet in that whole process during interviews, I think, is one of the great learning experiences and challenges of the job. And then obviously the writing comes after those 2 weeks in the field. Again, a very collaborative process. We usually go through about 6 drafts where, you know, the whole team would have some input on that. So,
Anything to add?
I think Leon's given
That's
you a
pretty
pretty
good.
comprehensive view of our process.
So if I think about that, 25 interviews, all these topics, the background papers, and then we just have these nice, beautifully edited 20-page cases. What's on the cutting room floor? Like, if you had the time, what are the issues that you would really relish the chance to jump into and push forward?
So one thing that I think has come through a lot in the discussions today is how fundamental property rights are to a developing economy, but the fact that it's not going to automatically transform your economy. There's a lot of additional steps going forward in terms of accessing credit or capacity building so that people can use those rights, as well as maintaining an effective register so that it stays up to date and people continue to be in the formal system after a titling project. And so we've seen some of those efforts in, that the speakers presented, but I think that's an issue that it would have been fascinating to dive into, where there are examples of sort of these linkages or what makes it difficult to run a program with that comprehensive of a view. That's one that I think is maybe someone can pick up the ball from here. Another specific one that was touched on in the discussion, especially with Australia and Canada, is the nature of indigenous land rights within sort of a Western system. I found that discussion in Australia fascinating, and I would have loved to get into that much more than I was able to.
yeah, I actually think that that's one of the sort of shadows hanging over a lot of this is how do you actually accommodate, integrate customary law with what's on the statute books. And I know there is research about this out there, so it's not necessarily a novel idea. But in writing these cases and trying to document current experiences, you find that it's still something that in many places goes unanswered. It's a very political, very difficult thing for many governments to find this social legitimacy of traditional customary systems of land administration and of basically, broader administration in a local community, and how you marry that with the statutory and with what are very often very progressive laws, which make it tough to integrate systems where it's patriarchal sort of chieftainship. So I think these are issues that we need to confront head on. I think another one that links with that came up is, especially when it comes to communal titling efforts, there is this, and I think in Mozambique it's very well, it's nicely illustrated. I think it does play a very big role when a community gets this ID card that says this is the community. You take up your citizenship. There is something really powerful to that. But I think we should also keep in mind this idea of ethnicity, and to what extent are we asking people to self-define on some kind of ethnic identity, saying we are the community, this is our land, and you end up defining yourself perhaps in contradiction to neighboring communities. So it's just something that sort of came up that I think is really interesting, and I'm not sure how much of that is currently being looked at.
Interesting. Okay, I want to make sure the audience gets a chance to ask you questions, so I won't dig into those right now. But at Future of Property Rights, our focus is tech and property rights, and the different ways we can use tech. I mean, tech's not a panacea, but how can we use tech to collapse the time and the cost, to remove those barriers so we can spend more time on these other interesting meaty issues, because there are so many things to touch it. So just any reflections on technology and land rights, things you saw that gave you hope, things you saw in country A where you're like, oh, maybe they should try that in country B. Be always curious to get people's perspective.
Sure. So having worked on the set of cases where sort of computerizing systems played a major role, I think one of the lessons that all three of those speakers kind of drew out today was the importance of really preparing to do that, preparing your people, reviewing the business processes, and not just slapping a new computer system onto something that still needs improvement as a manual process. And I think in all three of those cases, people learned that that was fundamental and that there were major sort of efficiency gains in just doing those process reviews. For instance, with survey checking in Jamaica, the way it was described to me, it used to go from point A to point B, back to point A, point C, back to point A, and so on, and just making that process a linear one without introducing any technology drastically cut the time. Right. And then you can put computerization on top of that and make further gains. But had you computerized this sort of spokes on a wheel process, you'd still be contending with that now. And so I think while technology can do a lot, it doesn't stand on its own.
Right.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And so on the positive side, I think, in the Tanzanian case, we had this mass pilot project where basically people were using mobile phones, smartphones, to do some of the surveying, physically walking the boundaries, local people trained actually to do this. And that's one area where I do think that you really can save a lot of, first of all, time and potentially also money. Because something that came up across the cases is the lack of capacity when it comes to surveyors. You often have to wait for someone to be seconded or come in from the private sector. It's very expensive. You have to pay for per diems out in the field. You have to put them up in hotels. So to borrow a phrase from the Australian case, I think this is ready for disruption. And obviously you'd have to think through very carefully sort of the standards and how you monitor and implement this. But that's one area where I do think that there's a lot to be gained. On the other side, though, I agree with Maya that there are many areas where we should perhaps wonder first, like, are there other reforms we need to make before we go into the technology that could potentially be cheaper, easier, and yield even greater results? And another issue that did come up is if you're going to build a digital register, if you're going to go that route, then you have to think through long term, after that register is up and running, who has the license for maintaining that software? What if something goes wrong? Because frankly, in many of these countries, you're going to need help from the private sector. They're going to need to be in a partnership to get these systems up and running. But then building the capacity within the government and making sure that there are no licensing issues that prohibit them from fixing an issue or updating that system as technology evolves, I think is something to keep in mind. So, if you sit down and plan this, I think you really have to be careful about thinking very long term.
So you kind of anticipated my next question. I mean, if we think about the Tanzania, Mozambique, South Africa cases, you're sitting there figuring out rights, delineating them, saying this person has this right to this space. And then you think about the registry cases, much bigger, private enterprise driven off fees. How do you bridge that? How do you, to make it simple, is what we learned about in Jamaica and Australia and Canada applicable to the African context? Do you think it's imaginable you could take the software as a service from Australia, not that I'm doing a sales pitch for Jody, and a private enterprise and do a PPP in Tanzania or Kenya? I mean, or if that's not appropriate today, maybe it is, what are the things they should be thinking about now in the way they design what they do have so that it can scale or be digitized?
Well, one thing that I think has come out as Leon and I have sort of worked together on these cases, is that the two are very fundamentally intertwined. You can't really think about registry and tenure separately. When we've looked at countries that have made a push to formalize tenure rights, in order for that to really be meaningful in the long term, you need an effective registry that people can access easily, that's not unaffordable or too burdensome, so that those rights will stay updated. That's been a challenge in a number of contexts where there's inheritance and people will split up their land, or people won't go back to the registry to formalize a sale. And so making registries easily accessible, and technology can be a part of that, especially in the longer term, means that those tenure rights will be usable. And at the same time, these sort of market-driven registries that we saw in the Jamaica, Western Australia, and Ontario cases really rely on the existence of a fairly active, formal real estate market. These agencies are supporting themselves through transaction fees, so there need to be transactions, and there needs to be a level of economic activity that supports the ability to pay those fees. And so I think integrating the sort of formalization of tenure rights with broader economic development in infrastructure, in the business environment, then leads you to a point where the market can support the kind of registries that we looked at in Australia and Jamaica and Canada.
Got it.
I think that's very well put. Basically, all I would add, or maybe just emphasize again, is that the technology or the partnership itself should in no way be seen as something that can substitute for sort of the grunt work of building the institution. So if you want to have registry officers out in sort of main cities in rural areas of Mozambique or Tanzania, you need to actually have the human capacity in those offices to manage whatever kind of system you decide to put in place, to manage the partnership that comes with the private sector, with a PPP, basically. So all I would really add is to say that let's not sacrifice emphasis on building institutions and taking that long view of the training and the capacity building sort of as a price to pay for what may seem like easy fixes, because I don't think they're out there.
Right. So I'm going to ask one more question, and I'll throw it up to the audience. One of the things at New America we like to do is get very smart people in as fellows. Maybe you two would be a fellow. and
We'll
have
talk.
them write things that, as Anne-Marie likes to say it, are readable by anybody. Books you would want to read. So if you came in, you passed all those cool books which were all written by fellows. And the challenge with land is that it's so nuanced, and as Peter Radley said this morning, there's so many complexities. See, exactly.
Perfect.
Yeah. Peter gets that a lot.
Genius.
So there's so many nuances that it's hard to write books and engage people and get people to really get excited about property rights until they lived it, until they've heard some of the stories we heard today. I mean, you're both very good professional writers. So if you were to write a book about this, how would you? What would the subject be? How would you get people to realize that even though this does take decades, not years, and there are no quick fixes, this is terribly important, and it affects people's lives, and it can change the course of a country, and this is something we need to invest in and think about.
So I think something that's really unique about the cases that ISS writes is this idea of putting the reformer sort of in the driver's seat. So making the story about real people. And I think that's a technique or an approach that you could extrapolate. I don't know how far you could take it if you're going to write a really substantial book that gets into some of the technical issues. But making it human and showing how these seemingly technical issues affect people in real life, I think is one of the key things to get people interested. Because anyone can understand, sorting out inheritance after a parent has passed away. And if it's complete sort of confusion about what this inheritance looks like, who owns what, where is the land, I think that's something we could all very easily relate to. And that's potentially one part of what such a book could be like. So trying to humanize these stories, I think, is one key part of it.
Yeah, and I think the interview-based approach, personally, I'm a very sort of practical person. I don't like getting into too much theory. You know, you need something concrete to draw people in. And when I'm doing interviews, one of the things that, you know, you hear someone say it and you just go, oh, I know, I'm putting that in the case, is when people describe in very vivid terms the problem. So, you know, we can say that land rights are fundamental to, you know, a functioning economy, but like when I heard Elgin say, you know, we have people lined up in tents outside the office, it's just a lot more real. And when you know, we focus on sort of solutions or progress, and I think that too is something that maybe this space needs a little more of, because I think we've all read enough sort of weighty, depressing things recently.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Well, and I would just add that I think going out and speaking to people and getting these stories is a great way to see just how real and human the impact is. And I think that's the privilege of writing these cases, is that we get these big concepts and these difficult topics, and then you go out and you see, wow, this is what it really means. And I'm sort of spontaneously reminded of all things the Arab Spring. I mean, in Tunisia, the way this all began was someone who essentially had insecure property rights. I mean, I forget his name, Bouazizi, I think, or some. He ended up setting himself alight because he couldn't run his business. He couldn't, you know, he couldn't get a foot in the door. And that was all fundamentally because of insecure property rights. And a story like that as a hook to get someone into this topic, I think, is important.
Wow, that was a great answer. It reminds me, a commercial break before we take questions. There's a website called thisisplace.org that does these stories. They have reporters dedicated to a lot of these human stories, which I'm sure this audience is familiar with it, but if you're not, it's well worth checking out. So are there any questions for these two diligent scribes? So I can keep going. Do we have a mic?
Sure. Thanks, Maya and Leon. And it's really, I agree with you, Mike, that it's really interesting to hear the backstory of how these case studies were developed and kind of everything that went into them. My question is about dissemination. So how do we get these amazing examples into the hands of the right people who can actually use them to make policy decisions or make business decisions or make political decisions, what have you? You know, and I don't know if it's fair to ask you this question, but I'm just going to go ahead and ask it anyway because I've been wondering this all day. Who do you think are the right people who should be reading these case studies and aren't yet? And how do you think we can get them into those people's hands?
So I don't want to completely step on our agenda for day 2, but one of the things that the cases, you know, other cases ISS has developed in the past have been used for is in teaching in universities and essentially training, you know, people who are going to be making these policy decisions and giving them some examples to think about as they start their careers. And so that's one opportunity. And of course, you know, this event is wonderful, and this is a great audience of people who really are active in this space and can give us feedback, and sort of this forms a basis of a dialogue. But you know, I don't have perfect answers. I think we're also working on, you know, developing different types of content based on this, just because, you know, these days you have to have so many different options to meet different people's needs and how they want to consume information. So everybody check out the DevX Basic Live videos.
Yeah, I mean, it is a really difficult issue, a difficult question. But I would again agree and say it is a real privilege to have people in the room together here that, you know, we spoke to in their place of work, looking at what is their passion in all these different countries. And to bring them together and to see the interaction between these people is already, I think, something that will add value to everyone. And second of all, I mean, there's a lot of people here today, so maybe the interest isn't as low as we sometimes, imagine. It's more a question, I think, as Julia asked, of getting it into the right channels. I think there's opportunities on social media. I think getting the stories out in a way that makes it clear that it's not going to be, the standard technical things, although that's obviously very important. I think sort of a strategy around that, more generally for stories like this, I think is something that we can pursue. But yeah, I don't think there are easy answers. We're all competing with huge amount of media out there today. So it's a question that goes well beyond, I think, this specific forum.
Going back to Michael's question about is there a book that could be very popular and easily read? The one that comes to mind is The Mystery of Capital in Nana de Soto, but I and many other people are very critical of that book because it provides the silver bullet, but it oversimplifies everything. And so I want to congratulate you guys, you authors, on taking this subject that's sort of out of your comfort zone and making it palatable and easily consumable, but not falling into the trap, the De Soto trap. Somehow you managed to navigate your way through that, and I think congratulations to you, to the whole team here, because I think it's very effective. You got the simplicity of reading, but you caught the complexity of the whole, the whole area. So well done.
Thanks. In the back.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Scott Justo from Worcester Polytechnic Institute. I want to echo the comment that was just made. I came to the case studies expecting to see something far less nuanced and sophisticated around the deep complexities, and so I really appreciated that. I happen to have worked a lot in Monwood, BC Park, so I was pleased to be returned to that story. And one of the things that the cases bring forward to me is the difference between urban and rural areas. And in rural areas, the land often is the fundamental basis for livelihood. In urban areas, it sometimes is, but it's much more complex. People need a place to live, and they need a place to conduct business, but they want security of tenure in some fashion. But I wonder if you have thoughts about other bases for capital accumulation. We have this long historical basis around land, and if we focus overly much on land, are we sort of looking past some other forms of capital accumulation that we ought to be encouraging, and that maybe, in fact, there might be some synergies between the two?
I think that's an excellent point, and one that is maybe the next step for this, because as Grenville very clearly pointed out, and I agree completely, titling isn't a silver bullet when you just give someone a land title and say, now you have the rights, now you can form capital and invest, that there are a lot of intermediate steps before you actually see the benefit. And so I think the example that we heard about the sugarcane in Mozambique and some of the other sort of more comprehensive approaches, I would like to see more work on that, or maybe do more work on that, and how you can develop a framework that is cohesive and doesn't have too many moving parts, so that you can integrate not just land and then investment into the land, but especially in an urban setting, security of tenure and other opportunities. But I don't have a clear-cut answer for you, unfortunately.
Yeah, I just think we talk a lot about dead capital, but we should probably also mention human capital. I think that's a huge part of this in so many dimensions. So if we look at the institutions and actually managing a system, it's about people. I mean, at the end of the day, that's what it comes down to. And having that relationship with communities and I think crucially, whether it's technology or setting up a registry, getting local people to buy in and to actually become part of the system, I think is a hugely important step. And that obviously applies beyond, I think, property rights or registration. But it's something that does sometimes get overlooked. I mean, you can easily sit in an office and have all these grand schemes and plans, but there could just be one small cultural or social nuance that you're unaware of, and then your whole registry may collapse. So I mean, Mozambique Park, I think, is a good example of getting into the community, trying as much as possible to learn from them about why is it that, you know, especially in South Africa, there is a formal registry that's working. The question is, why are there so many people who are outside of it? And I think tapping into human capital, to human experiences, I think is the way that we could sort of broaden perhaps our understanding of what the problem is, even if you want to go that far.
Yeah. And I think it's a good time to mention, you know, today was live stream, but we'll also be taking these talks, and they'll be published up on the Princeton site and on the New America site, I think. So that if you were to use these cases and you wanted somebody to hear Kathleen Ewing talk about the park and to show those before and after pictures, think of all the great presentations we saw today, just those slides of this, I took this picture and then 3 years later, here's a playground or here's a creche. It's like, this is working, this is making a difference. So those materials will be up. And a question for you, back to the cutting room floor. Are there other materials you would put up? Or that could be put up? I mean, I'm sure there's so much. If I were to want to teach a class, I want to give students background reading or preliminary reading before I introduce them to the cases.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to pull them off the top of my head, having spent a lot of time with it. But I think there's a lot of sort of reports and laws and analysis that are not in the traditional academic literature just yet. I think it'll be interesting to see where people will go with it. But you know, you spend several weeks reading everything you can get your hands on for these before you go into the field for these cases. And so, you know, a curriculum would ideally include elements of that as well. And I also want to add that we do transcribe and publish selected interviews as well on the ISS website when there's, you know, someone in a key position who's just said one insightful thing after the next. You know, not everything always makes it into the cases, and so in those instances, there's a recording and a transcript where you hear someone, you know, telling their own story, and so I think that's a nice complement in a lot of instances to the cases that look, you know, at the big picture of an institution or a program, and then you have, you know, the story of that through one person's eyes or their component of it.
I guess one piece of material that would be useful in a teaching context or maybe more broadly, or certainly something that I found difficult in every case, is trying to get at what exactly is the theoretical system. So what exactly does Mozambique's land law say? What is the ideal scenario that it is actually painting? And obviously, if you go read the laws, you know, it's written as a law. It's not an engaging or accessible thing. So it's just something off the top of my mind that if you could, you know, if you could at least understand what is the theoretical ideal that we want, it could help when you go towards implementation so that everyone's sort of on the same page. So something basic that says, okay, so in this country's system, if I have a registered piece of land, what if I die? How does inheritance work? Who's eligible for this sort of to inherit, or can it be sold? What does it mean when the president owns the land, but I have a title? You know, hashing out these sort of legal issues in a way that can be understandable, I think, is something that could be helpful.
Very cool. Time for one more question, if anybody's got one. Todd and then Serafina.
Yeah, my name is Todd Miller. I'm with Chromaway. We're a blockchain software provider But I don't want to talk about the technology. I want to pick up something that Mike said about sort of contemplating systems that, these sort of leading edge systems that we saw in Australia and Canada versus in the developing world. And I guess I had a question about, it's kind of about blockchain, but about the notion of consensus. And it seems that in these informal systems, that and I think Mike was maybe intimating this, that are they maybe incompatible with a computer system that's X or O, or 1 or 0? And is there a way that an informal system, which we heard some, fabulous presentations this morning about, that we need to rethink about how our technology systems and things that are emerging now around consensus, I don't know, around artificial intelligence, but how we might be able to apply those to an informal system where it's really about consensus rather than the law of the land, because we know in these countries that it's not as well defined. And I don't know if you had any thought about, were you hearing about in some of the case studies around, well, there is consensus about ownership, but it's a moving target that we have to be able to capture in that way. That was kind of a comment and a question,
Sure.
I guess.
So I would say that potentially technology could actually be, so the question is whether you want to document, that which is based on a social consensus. And in a lot of these countries, there is a movement towards at least sort of documenting what already exists, even if it's not creating a new right. And that's somewhere where I think technology can be more agile than a paper-based system, right? Because if you write down today, this is who owns what, and everyone agrees, that could change very quickly. And I mean, I'm no technology expert, but you could potentially have something that's way more flexible and could actually adapt to changing realities more. But I would say that, and this is actually something that comes from the Ebola cases, where technology was also something that was being introduced to try to address it, that just to give you an example, they used an application in Liberia at some point, which was, of course, this is in the context of an emergency, but this was the only sort of Ebola tracing application that was out there at the time, but it was designed in Uganda. So sort of importing the technology into this different context led to very basic problems like the name of the location where I'm at, you start typing it and a place in Uganda pops up, and that completely messes up any kind of data system that you want to build. So again, I would say, I don't think that it has to only be yes or no. I think there are a lot of smart people who can work with different options, but the key is to really get into how these social networks really work and operate and how that consensus is generated on the ground as you're developing whatever product it is.
Yeah, and I'll just add, so I am also not an IT expert, but having talked to the people who've developed some of these cutting-edge systems, I am quite confident that they could put something together. And you can envision a system that has multiple people with different types of rights to the same piece of land that are all entered into a system. There's, you could envision layers on a map where this is community land, this is grazing land, this is a parcel where someone's farming, and they may overlap. And I think to Leon's point, you can even down the road see communities, if they're the ones entrusted with allocating these rights, updating things themselves.
Yeah.
But I would just add that access to the registry and making sure that there is social buy-in and that it's easy for people to go and update things in the register, whether it's digital or paper-based, is I think maybe one of the fundamental steps that we're seeing sort of being worked on in many of the developing world cases.
I think social preparation is a concept that we can all really take to heart in different contexts, including this one.
Great note to end on. Join me in giving them a round of applause. Okay, we have a 15-minute break, and then we have a star-studded expert panel, and then we have drinks. So hang in there.
All right, shall we go do
Thank you.
Mike?
Hey.
Hello?
I'd like to bat cleanup.
Hi, if we could have everyone take a seat and we'll jump into our last panel of the day. Okay, we are in the home stretch. Congratulations for making it through an entire very dense day of learning. And we are the last panel between you and some refreshments. So we'll try to keep it lively and keep this panel pretty quick. And then we'll look forward to continuing the discussion afterwards. So thank you again. My name is Yulia Panfil, and I am a member of the property rights team at Omidyar Network. And I am joined here by an illustrious panel of experts that span the fields of advocacy, land administration, policy, technology, from working from the global level to the regional level to the national level, and across academia, the private sector, and also the nonprofit sector. So directly to my right is Chris Jochnick, who is the president and CEO of Landesa, which is a nonprofit organization that serves land rights all over the world. Prior to joining Landesa in 2015, Chris led Oxfam America's business and development practice, where he conceptualized and launched the Behind the Brands campaign. Next to Chris is Noel Taylor, who is the founder and former CEO of Cadasta, which is an organization that harnesses innovative technology to simplify and expedite documentation of land and resource rights around the world. Noel has more than 20 years of land and property rights experience, particularly in modernizing title registration and cadastral systems. And last but not least, we have Professor Grenville Barnes, who is a professor of geomatics in the School of Forest Resources and Conservation at the University of Florida. Grenville is a leader in the field of land administration with over 25 years of teaching land administration, cadastral systems, and geomatics. So before we jump into the panel, I will do my best to summarize in 2 minutes some of the most interesting lessons, takeaways, and perhaps questions that I was left with listening through the panels today. A few words that really stuck out to me that were repeated over and over by the panelists and the speakers: hope, innovation, perseverance, customer service, co-design, autonomy, and partnerships. Just some points that really stuck out to me. One, you can make progress on land rights even in the absence of fully legally recognized rights. So if you think about the Mozambique Park case study and their ability to electrify that community even in the absence of formal, full legal rights. Something else, just piecemeal digitization isn't enough. You need really a holistic change management and business development approach to upgrading your land registries, and we saw that in the Jamaica case study, Australia, Ontario. Something else that stuck out to me, when you talk about PPPs, you really are talking about all 3 Ps. So when developing PPPs, we have to harness the comparative advantage of the business community and the private sector, as well as the government, and then look into the synergies that are provided by the partnership. I mean, just the example in Ontario of $30 million to $4 billion in revenue kind of speaks for itself. Another takeaway for me is that securing land rights and updating land registries is a long, frustrating, but ultimately rewarding journey, but it needs a real commitment of both time and money, and importantly, mandate. And that's something that really came through from several of the case studies. Another takeaway, beautiful laws don't necessarily equal beautiful practice, right? You could have the most perfect law in the books, but if it's not implemented correctly, you're nowhere. So how do we really get to the implementation piece? And finally, securing land rights is not necessarily the goal in and of itself. It's what can you do with your land rights once they're secured. So it's this whole idea that securing tenure is a necessary but not sufficient condition for achieving these economic growth, food security, empowerment outcomes. So those are just kind of a handful of aspects that stuck out to me. And before turning it over to the panelists, I'm just going to throw out a few of the questions that I thought were really interesting that some of the speakers dealt with. And if the panelists want to riff on any of these or pick them up, great. I'm sure you have many of your own. One, how do you record communal land rights in a system that only supports individual rights from a legal perspective? I thought that was really fascinating, a really fascinating discussion. How do you deal with different departments within a government who handle different pieces of the land titling puzzle? How do you, I really like the graphic from Elizabeth Stair's presentation of that puzzle piece in the middle. How do you actually make that puzzle fit together? How do you merge departments that may not want to be merged? How do you make registries sustainable from both a financial perspective and a participation perspective? So how do you monetize certain aspects of a land registry that perhaps subsidize some of the free services that you're providing? Or how can the private sector help in the development or in the delivery of property rights in these systems? And we saw some of that through the Ontario case study. Or perhaps how do you use innovative structures like the statutory authority that we saw in Australia? Another question, how do you create in communities the capacity to respond to legal changes or policy changes that are happening at the national level? Because as we saw, and this goes back to the implementation problem, if communities aren't ready to receive these changes, then the changes can't be implemented. And finally, and I think this really came through from the Tanzania case study, how do you efficiently build the capacity of a large number of people? And we saw in the Tanzania case study a cascading approach. But when you have a policy or a legal change at the top, and then you have thousands of people who have to implement it, how do you build their capacity? So those are some of the interesting questions that I thought the presentations delved into and would love to discuss more in the context of this panel. But for the time being, I will stop and leave it to the panelists. And I'll open it up if each of you could take maybe 5 minutes to reflect on what you thought were some of the more interesting or perhaps more surprising aspects of the case studies and what you heard today. And how do you think that these case studies could be applicable in the contexts in which you work? And how perhaps they can't be? Are there portions of the case studies that you don't think are applicable? So we can start with Grenville and continue back this way.
Okay, thank you. Is my mic on? Good. So since I've worked in just about all of these countries with the exception of Canada and Australia and Tanzania, all of them are really interesting to me, and including those other countries, because even though I didn't work there, I was studying their history in the late 80s. So, so it's very interesting to see the kind of changes and the positive side of things. I mean, I was starting to lose faith. I hate to say that, but this is a nice positive stroke to push me in the right direction. Surprising, perhaps, I did some work in Jamaica way back in the early 1990s, and the registry at that time, or the titles office, was known as the Deep, which meant that you didn't want to go down there because who knows what was happening. And I don't know if this is true, but the urban legend was that the titles office itself was not registered. So it's nice to see that Jamaica has come such a long way. The Kyrgyzstan, well, I've also done some work, is another sort of surprise because of overcoming this huge change in land tenure and land policy from a communist to a sort of a private property system. And then I think the surprise that Leon and I had, which is sort of a negative surprise when doing the South African case study, was that there's no mechanism to register communal property, which constitutes something like 35% or more of the land, in a country which supposedly has a good registry, was surprising to both of us. So that's the sort of negative surprise. In terms of innovations, I think what's very, very interesting are these PPPs, these private-public partnerships that go on, and all the different ways that it's been put together are extremely interesting. I don't think there's no one from Brazil here, right? But there was a case study in Brazil, and probably very few people read that. So I will just mention that there's something very innovative going on there. There's a thing called a CAR, which is a slightly different approach to a cadastre, where people go and they self-declare what their rights are, and they are trying to build this from a sort of a conservation end of things. And at some point, they will put it together with the legal registry. So it's a very innovative way of trying to get around and trying to eventually get to the formal registry. How does this fit with my context? My context is pretty broad. I have worked for and had an interest for a long time in this whole idea of legal pluralism and trying to bring together different land tenure regimes, if you like. So looked in Latin America and in sub-Saharan Africa at how does one accommodate a property system that's really based on a completely different, if you want to have it, cosmovision, or something that sees land as a very different thing, not as a commodity as in DeSoto would have it, but as something much deeper than that. How do you marry that with a system that is treating land as a commodity, and what is the interaction between those? And I think that's a big, I don't think we've solved that one, but that is a big challenge. So I think I'll stop there. That's probably my 5 minutes. Thanks.
Let me just start first by thanking Jennifer, Pallavi, Peter and the Omidyar team for the chance to participate, because it's a unique undertaking by Omidyar to fund these studies. And I can't reiterate enough what a fantastic job Maya did with the Landgate study that I assisted on. I left after a week of interviews fairly exhausted, and every day walked out thinking, how the hell is this going to be distilled into something that's readable and useful? And I think what Maya has produced is really fantastic. And also for New America for getting involved into this and trying to disseminate the learnings from these case studies as well. I think they're really important. When I think back to around this time, almost 10 years ago, I took a team of around 10 to 15 Egyptian government staff down to Jamaica to look at the reforms that were done by the NLA, and spent about a week with Betty's team down there as well. And it was immediately after we had just been to London and done the same thing with HMLR. And at the end of the study tour, I had a meeting with the Vice Minister of Justice, and before we went, London was where everyone wanted to go. It's the most advanced system. It's fantastic. We want to see all the bells and whistles. Do we really need to go to Jamaica? Well, at the end of the study tour, they thanked me so much for getting them to Jamaica, where they were actually able to see something that was of much better context for them to understand the process and the applicability of reform that they could themselves undertake to modernise their own systems and processes and institutions. And the challenge does lie in getting that information out on what the solutions are. I think one of the bigger problems, though, is getting more understanding of the actual problem. We've heard about the nuances of property rights and how pervasive they are through so many sectors. And I think this is another area where the Omidyar network is contributing as well through the Property Rights Index, where we can actually start to get more granularity of people's perceptions of tenure security, and then what is the impact of that perception of insecurity, and what does it mean? Because once you start talking to governments about the fact that somebody doesn't have secure rights, so there's no productive use of land, which is holding back $10 billion of agricultural productivity, I think those are the sorts of discussions that will have them looking for the solutions we're talking about today. So we really have to come up with some more nuanced discussions around the problems, what they are, and how they could apply to developing country contexts in particular. In terms of the innovations, you know, for me there are very different layers through the case studies that we've gone through today and read through as well, where we have innovative models and we have innovative systems and technology. But for me, what's really driven it is the innovation in the change management processes for each of the cases. And the focus of the innovation in terms of the land registries we've seen is really what are the benefits to the customers that are going to come from this. Whereas when we're talking about the innovations on the securing rights, it's coming back to what Catherine said earlier this morning. It's about quality of life and opening up opportunities for people who are being left out of the formal system, bring them identity. And it touches on what you had mentioned, Julia, about land rights in themselves, not just being what we need to focus on, but what are the benefits that extend beyond land rights that can come from improving systems, processes, and technology and applying all of those together. And it is a whole ecosystem of stakeholders and players that need to get involved into that, from the communities and individuals themselves and how they get engaged into processes, right through to the government agencies, and underpinning all of that is communication and the social preparation, basically, of getting that in place. Without that, then the sustainability of reforms is really going to fall over. In terms of where this applies in my context, you know, I've been doing this for about 20 years, and it was 2006, I think I was in Zambia doing process analysis of the deeds registry there, and as part of the doing business report for the World Bank, identifying steps in the process that could be streamlined to cut down their average processing times. And what I found was that each transaction was spending an average of 13 days in the typing pool. So an immediate step they could do was just give people more typewriters. And it comes down to what are the simple things we can do. We don't necessarily always need to think of the Rolls-Royce technology solutions, but what are the more fundamental changes that we can make for working culture and working processes as we bring people along this journey as well. So, you know, for me, it's really a process that we need to innovate.
Great. Well, I also want to start with a thank you. I'm honored to be on this panel with such expertise. I don't consider myself nearly the land expert as the other panelists here. I'm more of a generalist. My background is more of a development and human rights, and I've come to land a little late, but have seen land in so many different ways as central to both development and human rights issues, and I'm very happy now to be digging deep into this issue. So first, thanks to New America Foundation for hosting it, and Omidyar and Princeton. I was also really impressed by the studies, and as some others have said today, this kind of work strikes me as some of the most important we can do, because the land rights field really suffers from an effective marketing strategy, I think, and from a simple evidence base, and digging in this way and thinking about creative ways to get it out there through social media and otherwise is really critical, just to demystify the space a bit and bring on more supporters and hopefully bring more funding and political will. So kudos to all that have contributed to such an effective set of studies, and also a great day's discussion. What I was a little surprised by in some of the studies was, first, the lack of attention to political power. In many of the studies, it almost seemed like that was presumed, that the authorities were supportive, or we missed that stage of how do we turn the tide on lining up the right political actors to support either the legislative reforms or the kind of implementation issues. It's there, but it's not really explicit, and because it's not as explicit, these studies miss some of the strategic questions around how do we bring the right set of actors to the table? How do we convince them? What are the most effective arguments? Where are the new allies, the business community, for example, that can be brought to this to the table? And that really speaks more to my own background as an advocate. I'm always thinking about how do we line up the right set of actors to move an agenda. And I think some of the studies could have used a little more attention to that. Of course, it's such a rich set of issues, it's tough to get at everything. Related, though, in terms of households, I was surprised that there wasn't more attention to women in particular, because we know that women are systemically discriminated against in many countries around land issues, and that is vital to so many issues, their identity, their ability to take part in civic life, all of the household issues around development, food security, education, health that we know are improved when women get the, more are empowered, and certainly land is perhaps one of the easiest ways or quickest ways to empower a woman. And so I was a little surprised that didn't come out more. Some of the studies talked about women as part of the process, which is great, but not so much about how these projects would or wouldn't benefit women in particular. And so that I thought would have been interesting to hear a little bit more about that. But that said, I was more struck by how much of the studies really spoke to the kind of work that Landesa does, and a few of the things in particular. One is the focus on bottom-up solutions was really heartening and encouraging. At Landesa, we've been at it for about 50 years, and we started off really just focused on top-down, the legislative and policy reforms, and came around to recognizing that implementation is such a critical part of it. As Yulia said, a perfect law doesn't take you very far. And then in terms of implementation, my expectation in meeting the land rights crowd, the engineers and the surveyors and the rest of it, was that I would hear a lot of technical fixes or top-down fixes even on implementation. And so to find so much discussion around participation and all the messiness of local politics and how do we manage some of those relationships was really encouraging. And from my space, I think that is absolutely critical, that we need to think more about how do we bring more actors from the grassroots, the people who are actually affected by this, into the process. So the community mapping and the participatory processes that are talked about, the land literacy and raising awareness for purposes of creating demand is really critical, the capacity building. All of those issues, I think, are fundamental and can be wedded to some of the top-down solutions. Or that's to say, the top-down solutions have to be wedded, I think, to that bottom-up process if we're going to ensure lasting solutions that are really fair, solutions where people really feel like they are have a voice in the longer-term development issues that come out as their land rights are strengthened. So that was really heartening. And then a couple other quicker ones. The incremental approach also seems absolutely fundamental. Part of what makes land so challenging, and I think part of what turns off maybe a lot of people, is it just seems so complex. So seeing some of these incremental steps where you get tangible wins without getting to the end line, but already people start feeling a sense of being empowered, being identified, having an address, getting some service. Those kinds of steps, I think, are critical and should really be highlighted, because we need those short-term wins if we're going to create momentum and build more power or more actors coming into this space. And so that was really great to see how we don't need to have a perfect formal registry. We can see successes even halfway down the road. And then finally, one other issue that I think is really critical is this idea of holistic approaches. Or we work in India around a model called convergence, where alongside the land, you also crowd in lots of other issues, the irrigation or the school or the road or the different services. And I was sort of struck in coming to this a bit late of why does land have to be that issue that brings a lot of these issues together? Why couldn't any one of those things, a schoolhouse or some other intervention, create that kind of an anchor? But really, I think it is land that is the natural anchor to lots of different services. And so we have seen that as the land is titled and as micro plots are given out, that provides a real opportunity to think about how all of these other things can be synergized in a more holistic fashion. And I think that came out in some of the case studies also.
Thank you all. And I'm going to jump on something that Chris said, which was about getting governments on board. So I think that this was a common theme that emerged through some of the presentations, but that I would like to explore a little bit more with all of you based on your experience of how do you actually convince governments to get on board with land innovations? How do you line up the political actors? How do you get the political will in place? I mean, everything from convincing governments to consolidate multiple land departments into a single agency, which we know has winners and losers, or getting governments to adopt new technologies that may be scary or unknown, or even at the most basic level, getting governments, particularly in countries with a already strapped budget, to allocate money to this issue when there are so many other competing issues. From your experience, both from the advocacy side and the tech and policy side, how do you make that pitch to government? Anyone can jump in.
Well, I'm happy to take a quick crack at it. So Landesa got its start actually by making the pitch in Vietnam during the Vietnam War that providing smallholder farmers more secure rights would increase productivity and reduce fleeing to the Viet Cong or recruitment by the Viet Cong. And after a couple of years of that work and 1 million farmers were granted more secure rights, productivity had risen significantly on the order of 30%, and recruitment had gone down by 80%, and that made for a very effective argument. And we then, over the last 50 years, talking over 50 governments, have used some of those arguments, but really what I think it is most of the good arguments are out there already, whether it's for tax purposes or business or reducing conflict or a whole host of development reasons. But what is missing is often just a reframing and finding the right argument, and then a little bit off. We always start with data. We do the research, we show the incredible the feelings of insecurity as well as the actual insecurity that so many folks are suffering by, and then we try to frame an argument that actually will appeal to the particular government. I would say that's an important part. But the other one, not to forget, especially as you go down the ranks, is the personal issues. A lot of mid-level bureaucrats need to feel that this is actually good, whether it's for their career or their self-satisfaction, and so also being savvy about what will turn a reluctant bureaucrat into a champion for land rights is really critical. And I think that is so context-specific, but it goes to this issue of how do we bring the right players into these coalitions and people that are good on those sort of political questions and join them to the tech folks or the others that are as important. And I wouldn't want to understate that personal side, because so much about this work, I think, is finding people within governments that can become champions for whatever reasons it appeals to them.
I think it's probably requires a combination of both top-down and bottom-up, and using that evidence-based approach and doing pilots and doing things incrementally to show government there is a pathway forward. In a lot of cases, though, governments won't have the capacity or the resources to deliver those services. So how can we look at alternative service delivery models as well? And we see some of that through some of the PPPs and the different models, with the example of Advara being a services provider to Landgate. It's a very different sort of services model. It's not generally a PPP. But we need to be creative, and Chris mentioned bringing other actors in, and I think we need to really drive the role of business and use market dynamics to drive change in government as well. If we think of things like ethical sourcing or sustainable sourcing of commodities, that's a starting point, where you have the Coca Foundation could have hundreds of thousands of farmers where they start mobilising those resources because they want to have better outcomes for farmers. And don't forget that the data being collected as part of the land tenure process often will also drive other improvements, particularly around agriculture and food security. If you know the size of your plot, you know how much fertiliser to get, what your best yield is going to be. So there's a lot more use of data associated with land, I think, that is being left to the side at the moment, which we could leverage, and a lot more actors that could use market dynamics. We saw with the registries that modernised, it was market dynamics that pushed them to streamline and modernise. So I think we can explore and look for new opportunities to get more rights recognised as well.
I agree with most of what's been said there, but I think that it takes kind of a combination of a vision, a champion, an opportunity. So, for example, if the market picks up and there's a demand on the system and it's not able to meet that, or else there's some sort of disease or something that is driving the process, that's an unusual circumstance. And then obviously getting access to resources. So I've been involved in a lot of project design and evaluation of things like World Bank funded land titling projects and so on. And so that's sort of a lot of the time where the resources come from. So I mean, the arguments would be, a lot of the tenure security work has been done on agriculture, which is primarily an individualized land thing. So I think where there needs to be more work is on the sort of tenure security of common property resources. And so I think we're heading into that, where you can make arguments for sustainable development, and RED and all these sort of programs is starting to create a bigger demand on that side of things.
So picking up on Noel's point about partnerships and PPPs, we've heard all day about different types of partnerships. You know, in particular, taking Ontario's case, the government needed to digitize 4 million property records across 50 registry offices, and they solved that problem by entering into a PPP with Terranet. You know, there are other examples that we're seeing of governments engaging with private sector actors to help solve these issues, from Mozambique, where in the context of the Terra Segura program, the government is tendering to private sector companies to help demarcate land and register duats, to places like Georgia, where the government is engaged with Bitfury to help put the entire registry on the blockchain. From your experience, where do you see new opportunities for innovative partnerships to secure land rights emerging? In what contexts or in what countries do you feel that these sorts of partnerships could be the most effective? Would the Ontario model, for example, be transferable to some of the context in which you have worked, or why not?
I think partnerships are critical, definitely. The capacity is not there within government in an age where we're trying to downsize government. And the one group, which I think wasn't mentioned there, which for me is ultimately going to really underpin a lot of work in developing countries, is NGOs and civil society groups. A lot of organisations like Landesa already have the networks and the relationships built at the community level, and offer a pathway in as a trusted intermediary to be able to talk with government in designing new approaches, new methodologies, and testing new technology and processes for them as well. Through Cadastre, we did some support work for Landesa in Telangana in India, where it's a community-led initiative. And Landesa really drove that by educating local community resources, much like we saw with Tanzania and Mozambique, using community-level resources as well. So we need to think of other ways to resource these programs to get the data in, and also to maintain it. And that's where the communication and ownership at that community and individual level is going to drive the sustainability as well.
Yeah, I would echo the role of NGOs. It wasn't an accident that the first two speakers on South Africa this morning are from NGOs. The way that we see the whole land governance structure is that you sort of have the macro level, which is the government making policy and laws and things, and then you have these communities. And one of the key pieces of governance are the NGOs who are able to transfer policy and help implement and do the training and stuff. So I would see that as it doesn't really answer your question, but that's a key piece of the puzzle here. I think in many countries, NGOs play an absolutely crucial role.
Well, I would agree with that. Of course, both speakers, what we found, and just building off of Noel's comment in India, was that the working with communities, which many people sort of hear as long, complicated, expensive, was actually a very efficient way to deliver on the first stage of mapping basic issues and conflicts related to land holdings. And then that, combined with some technology and working with the government, proved to be a very effective model. And so I'm glad that Noel highlighted that. I would say that PPPs are probably, going out a little bit on a limb here, easier to implement in developed countries where you already have a pretty well-functioning government, and there's a space for a business to come in and work effectively. I think it's trickier in some of the developing countries where governance is weaker, to the extent that the private sector starts replacing governments, or instead of building the capacity, takes on certain roles that should really sit with the government or sit with civil society. And so where I think we ought to look for, this is not to say we shouldn't look for PPPs in developing countries, absolutely, but we should look for them where the bringing in the business hand will leave the government or civil society stronger and better, will build their capacity in the process. So there will be some information and technology exchange, let's say, and won't be simply a shortcut to or an alternative to stronger governance.
Great, thank you. I don't know where we are on time because I left my phone in my purse, so I will take the opportunity to stop with my questions for a moment and see if there are questions from the audience. And maybe we'll take 3 questions and then.
Hi, it's Catherine from VPUU. I think I attended the Habitat conference last year where they spoke about the 4 Ps. Not the PPP, but the people, public-private partnerships. And I think that that's the space we're in, and I don't think we can even turn back. I think we are there, but it's that participation that we've been talking about, and who does it, who masters that process, because it's complicated, it's time-consuming. We've spoken about all those things, but I just think that the 4 Ps are the thing that we should be talking about. There was one question that I was talking about. You mentioned quite a few case studies. You're talking about India, and there's a lot of interesting work going on in Colombia at the moment, in Medellin, where they are making big strides to recognize land and informal settlements, and I think that that's also something. But you did mention some other case studies, and that we have some case studies here today, but there seems to be many case studies out there. So it's just a question of how do we have some case studies developed here, but we almost need all of them. Just some comments more so than questions. Thanks.
I think on that point, Catherine, Mike mentioned earlier This Is Place, and I think that's a fantastic vehicle right now to get more information out on these individual stories coming from some certain locations as well. But as Chris said, land rights has had a bad marketing strategy up to now, and how do we improve that and really highlight the benefits, as well as get governments and policy makers to understand the problems that they need to address.
Can I also just quickly comment on that? Because I completely agree with you. I think there's many great case studies in terms of mapping out some common challenges and then some common solutions. And this is understanding that every context and every country is different, but I think the next step for these sort of cases and other cases would be to start thinking about, okay, this case, the real basic issue was a political question, and here's a couple strategies. Or in this one, it was more capacity and technological. And in this one, it was really a resources. So how did we come up with innovative strategy? Whatever it is. But finding a couple of key themes that go to the common barriers, because I think we could map out some 5 or 6 common barriers or challenges and then put case studies in places where they really speak to that particular challenge. But I completely agree. I think there's many more case studies that need to be brought to light.
So, Chris, I just want to thank you so much for that comment, because we are working on some of that right now. And actually, my question for this panel, because I'd like to make my own work easier, is are there 1 or 2 common challenges and common strategies that stood out to you that you would like to see maybe fleshed out a little bit more in additional comparative work?
I think on the formal registry side, when we're talking government or even a PPP, it's the resourcing and it's the strategy development around that, and clearly laying out that it's a long, painful process, and that governments need to be ready to embrace failure along the way. You know, Ontario had some, Landgate had some. Everybody fails along on this journey, and governments shouldn't be afraid of that. But it's really been executive leadership in those agencies as well through these case studies that shone through as owning it and dragging people along on this journey and letting them jump off the ship if they need to. So from an interested government agency's perspective, I think that's what they would want to see. How do they resource it and develop the strategies around that? And there would be others that you would want to focus on for land rights security.
I think one of the key challenges is obviously the maintenance of the registry. So we talk about land titling, and that's the first registration. But as you're going along, I mean, there have been these huge investments in land titling projects over the last 30 years. And if you go back to those countries, I don't know, I don't want to guess what the percentage of people are that are not on that. I know from work that my graduate students have done in St. Lucia, for example, which the whole island was titled in the late 80s, 20 years on, 27 or 28% of the people in the registry were not on the land. So there is this idea of deformalization. So you cannot assume that just because the land is titled that it's regular. It's probably, the person who's on the register could have died 15 years ago. The kids are on the land and maybe they've subdivided, and so things change. And so the big challenge is how can we compete against the informal market, if you like? How can we cater for that? And it's obviously got to be sort of through incentives, through showing real benefits and things like that.
I would just add one more category, which is that first thing I mentioned about the political will or power. And I think you have to look at that at the formal level of how do we convince governments, one of your early questions, what are the most effective arguments? And, but then you step down a level and you have more of the societal level, who are the key actors, and all those internecine squabbling and vested interests, and how do you manage that and build an effective coalition? And then household. How do we address the fact that it's always men that wind up on top whenever things are titled, and how are we going to address getting more women land rights and equal rights in many of these contexts? And at mid-level, I would include the whole question of traditional authorities, cultural issues, societal, which are basic power issues.
And if I may, I would just add one more to that, and that's the issue of incremental upgrading. I think that that's something that's really key because it's just so practical, because to get from complete informality to complete formality and statutory legal recognition is a really long road and a long road to travel. So what are practical solutions for getting people better tenure security and securing their property rights along the way? Several of the case studies touched on this in different ways. I think that that's a really interesting theme that's kind of looking for innovations.
Thank you. My name's Kelly Askew, and I direct the African Studies Center at the University of Michigan, and I'm an anthropologist by training. So just as a proviso before I get to my questions. I just wanted to contest or challenge our understanding of formal versus informal, because as anthropologists we understand that customary systems which don't get credited as formal are often formal within the context within which they work, and that often goes unstated. But my two questions are, one has to do with the other side of the coin with rights, which is responsibilities, and also my second question will have to do with priorities. So when we talk about property rights, the assumption in certain circles, but not in all circles, which is a bit problematic, is that with property rights comes the responsibility to pay taxes. And Chris, you just mentioned taxes moments ago, and I think Jody is the only other person today who have mentioned taxes. And that's understandable, because when we're talking about trying to introduce land tenure reform in a developing context, you might not get your community engagement, the participation that we all agree is necessary if you start talking about taxes. Instead, the selling point is credit. With title will come the ability to collateralize your land and access credit. So that unstated agenda item, which some people will acknowledge, but most public awareness campaigns do not, is a problem in terms of recognizing that people are not always not cognizant of that fact. I work in Tanzania, and I've seen so many district and village offices where issued titles are littering the office in piles, people afraid to pick them up because they recognize that with picking this up could come the responsibility to pay taxes. So at what point in the process does that become part of the public conversation? And so that's one set of questions. One question. The second one is priorities, because we're all, I'm sure, in this room well aware that there's a boom and bust cycle to many development paradigms. We've seen microfinance come through, women's education, women's empowerment, leadership training is one of the new ones now. And titling could be one of these. Hopefully, I'm sure for many of us, we want it to be more long-lived. But when I go into rural areas and talk to people in Tanzania and ask them what their priorities are, titling does not typically come to the top of the pack. Water, healthcare, roads, storage facilities for agricultural producers, these are the things that people tend to put ahead of titling. But looking at the big picture, looking at governance, looking at responsibilities and rights, we can see why there might be a place for titling. So what happens when you start asking people, and this gets also to the question of gender, when I talk to women especially, and ask them, do they want title, and they often say yes, and then I say why, and they're like, oh, I hear I can get loans. What would you want to use your loan for if you were able to get one? Almost always women say they would send their children to secondary school. That's not going to enable them to pay back a loan. That's outsourcing responsibility onto the poor for things that perhaps should be prerogatives of the state, responsibilities of the state. So I want to ask about priorities, rural development priorities, both from the community level, the grassroots level, as well as at the level of donor agencies and governance, and see what your thoughts are on those. Thank you.
And maybe we'll just take one last question from Emilio, and then we'll have the panel answer both questions.
Okay, thank you. This is not a question, it's more a contribution on PPPs. An example of what is happening in Mozambique right now. You mentioned Terra Segura. I don't know how much you know about it, but it's a government program or initiative of delimiting 4,000 communities in 5 years and 5 million individual titles. Well, our experience in land delimitation puts a lot of weight on social preparation, information to communities, and we became worried with the fact that 5 million in the Mozambican context can become more a target in terms of numbers rather than doing titling with quality. So we raised external funds to our program, and so we proposed to the government to enter in a partnership. So it's actually we are leading this partnership, but the government is with us, and a third player, a private sector company that owns the software land management system software. So we are 3. And I expect in the next 3 months to be able to deliver a report which harmonizes our delimitation system with the government's rules on land titling, plus the technology of processing information, and expect that as a result, the government will adopt a parameter standard of land delimitation and demarcation and the registration for the country.
I'll jump in on the property tax piece. And I think it's going to be an emerging issue more and more as countries need to finance these titling programs and resources become scarcer. The governments need to have honest communications with their citizens and their communities, and realise also that using land titling and land titles as a policing mechanism is ultimately going to fail when communities don't see benefits that come from that participation in the formal sector. I think there was work done in Bogota quite some time ago where households self-reported the value of their properties to the city, and some of the studies they ran over the few years showed that they were reporting accurately because people were having their garbage taken away, they were seeing roads and streets being cleaned, they were seeing services that they were paying for. When they stopped seeing the services and the rubbish piling up, the self-reporting numbers actually dropped. So it's human nature to try and avoid taxes. I think the only way governments are going to get around it is if they start to deliver their responsibility to citizens in providing infrastructure and services to communities. So it needs to be a package as well. And similarly, when I was working in Egypt, the government took the position that if somebody built a house that was 1 metre inside what was approved on a planning document, they weren't going to give it a title. Well, the landholder didn't care. 95% of the properties in Cairo are off the registry anyway. People are still buying and selling, but the government is taking the blind attitude that because they're a metre out, we're not going to register them. They need to be pragmatic and adopt to the reality on the ground as well. So I think it's give and take on both sides when it comes to property tax, but it's going to become a much greater issue going forward.
I can, to get to the whole idea of titling being a panacea, I can remember this Honduran woman, there was a USAID titling project, and she was commenting on the title, and she said, "What good are these titles? I can't eat them." And so, is it addressing a need? And I don't think titling is a panacea. I think titling has its place when there's a need and when there's a demand. On the tax side of things, I work primarily in rural areas. I haven't seen an operating tax system in a rural area in developing countries, maybe ever. So we're really talking about urban areas, and so that's really not an issue. I've seen it become an issue in terms of trying to implement a land titling project in Bolivia, and it scared them away. They would have nothing to do with it. So you're right, it does play that role. So I think tax payment is only a responsibility if there's something that comes back, and right now in most of the countries I work, that doesn't happen.
On the flip side of that, I think tax authorities also offer an opportunity to consolidate government services and data, where they have rich data sets that land agencies could use in place of having to send people out to the field to collect it again. So that needs to be looked at as well.
I don't have too much to add to that, but I will say that I think the argument for titling and its effectiveness is likely to increase as there's more higher and higher demand for land, and as countries increasingly modernize. That land isn't that big an issue if you don't feel threatened, and there's plenty of it. But as land comes under threat from different sources, having secure land rights is absolutely fundamental, and that might be the moment where communities and individuals start recognizing the importance of it. And on the positive side, I think people have to recognize some kind of benefit that would come along with the land beyond just the avoiding the risk of losing it, and that benefit, if it means credit or it means government services or if it means ag extension or irrigation or whatever it is, but those sort of things come as part of a bigger package. So on its own, titling, yes, is a tough pitch, but as part of a more holistic set of interventions, then I think it finds its space and it's a powerful argument.
Thank you. Well, with that, I will go ahead and close this panel. Thank you very much to our 3 panelists. Let's give them a round of applause. Jennifer?
Close this meeting by offering a few structured discussion tomorrow. And of course, I've just been totally scooped. I've just been totally scooped. That's what I said. So I am not going to offer the questions that we can use to structure tomorrow. I think you've just gotten an excellent set. And they mimicked the ones I've been dutifully writing all afternoon. We will give you a written version of those tomorrow, though. So I just wanted to weigh in a little bit on the broader politics question, which I think is an important one, and we have thought about a bit, and we'll pick up in the cross-cutting documents. And then I want to get back to that assignment that everybody had before thanking you all. So on the politics side, this is from a political scientist perspective an especially challenging issue because finding building support for this crosses more than one political term. So if you're a president, you want to do things that you're going to complete by the end of your term if you care about the election, which not everybody does, obviously. But if you care about public opinion, then you want to do something you're going to accomplish during a term. And inevitably, these things are very complex and they take a long time. So you're not going to get a lot of high-level presidential and prime ministerial support out of sort of conventional political calculus. So I think we need to think about other ways of generating support. And I want to pick up the comment that Chris made at the very end because it was really the comment I was going to make. These things change a lot as demographics change. And I think we're perhaps at that sweet spot right now where you have an opportunity to make a difference that could help a lot of people's lives. Wait too much longer and the pressure on the land is going to be so high that the conflict levels will be much higher. And maybe heads of state get some benefits or some public support for weighing in then, but by that point it's very, very hard to make a big difference. So I think we're at that point right now where we can take advantage of people's perception that, there are land grabs going on. We want to protect ourselves against this. There may be rising levels of conflict as a result of any number of things, demographic pressures, climate change. So this is a moment where one can act, and it may be possible to persuade some heads of state or some politicians that this is a time you want to move. I'm a strong advocate of trying to generate local support too, and I think advertising successes at the local level can build local support, and that one community observes that another has succeeded and gained something from this, and so they want to learn from that and emulate that. So you can build from the bottom as well, and I like that approach. I do think to do that, you need to be able to tell stories well, and not the kinds of stories we're necessarily telling these complex cases, but simpler stories that make it into local radio and local newspapers. And I was talking to somebody else earlier today about how one might write some of those. But one can go into this a lot more, and we won't do that right now. That assignment that I gave you this morning, tomorrow the goal is to actually develop some materials that would accompany cases. So if you were in the shoes of having to teach a staff in a staff college about these kinds of issues, and you were going to use one of these cases, what would you want to know more about? Students inevitably, or staff members inevitably ask questions that the case doesn't address, and you've just seen a whole lot of now. So what questions would you want to prepare that instructor to be able to answer? What kinds of core concepts would you want to pull out of the cases and talk about in a more general sense? And I think this panel has helped with that. But what other questions would you add to that list? So if you have a piece of paper before you go to the reception, you could scribble one of these questions down. Or I thought, you've got a name tag here, which does have a blank back, and even though we probably need these name tags tomorrow, jot your question down there, at least you'll remember it tomorrow. The other way you could fulfill the obligations of this assignment would be to give us a country or a case within a country that you think is what one might call an outlier. That is, if most places struggle mightily and don't really succeed with a lot of this, we do find a few that do, or that achieve partial successes. We just talked about some in Colombia, a few other areas that might be in that category that may deserve to be case studies. If you have a case to suggest, that's the alternative to the question assignment. So that's the ticket to the reception this evening. And it doesn't take long to do, I know, because I've been hearing all these questions come out during the conversation today. So I'd just like to thank those of you who are here today. We've learned enormously from you. And I have been writing furiously trying to get some of these things down so we can move on them in the cross-cutting document. But I also want to thank New America and Meteorite Network for all of the support it's given. Now, tomorrow, we hope that most of you will return, or a lot of you will return and help us with this larger task of trying to figure out how you would amplify these build materials around them so that we can get them out and into the hands of people who make a difference directly. So the people right at the coalface, whether those are people in government, people in NGOs, or a rising generation, students in public policy programs. And just to say one thing about that question, which arose earlier today, there is more going on out there than I think people believe. I use this example often, but just right now, a lot of the cases at ISS have been translated into Burmese and are being used to train civil service in Myanmar. But that's true in a lot of other parts of the world. They're being used in English or Spanish or whatever. And so you do get out through these networks and through the training colleges and through assemblies of civil servants who come together from around the globe around a particular issue. I think it's a little bit easier to reach people than we think. So this is your chance to make sure that future cases build these questions in, or that our cross-cutting documents build this in, or that teaching notes surrounding these will build in questions that you think are especially important. So I'm going to turn it over to Mike. You can give us marching instructions.
I've been scooped and scooped and scooped, so I'm going to keep this really brief. The first is just a reminder of what Anne-Marie said this morning. This is all about networks, and at New America, we'd like to think of ourselves as a hub. So just an invitation. This land community for me is so fascinating because it's people who are smart and tenacious. Because if you're not tenacious, you're going to go find something easier to work on. And if you're not smart, you're going to get confused. But if you're smart and tenacious and you're hardworking, you're probably in this room struggling with this really fundamental issue and asking really hard questions, which are welcome because they push us forward. So just a reminder that, so that's one. You know, this land network that we're all a part of is a really exceptional place. And if you haven't met everybody in the room, try to in the invitation, which is in the reception, which is 2. If you're joining us tomorrow, if you're not, please come to this reception afterwards, have a drink, try to meet a few people, see what they're doing, tell them what you thought of their work, keep positive. And then just to end, thank you all for being here. Thanks for your contribution, for listening, for appreciating the speakers, for giving them space and their attention. I think we've all learned something today, and hopefully, well, not hopefully, certainly, good things will come out of today. So thank you so much to the speakers, to Princeton, to everybody else I've forgotten to thank, to my own team. And just before you walk out the door, there's a lady in the back corner with fabulous pants on. All the work today was behind the scenes, was really driven by her. So thank you to her and to everybody. Please, we'll see you for drinks. Thanks for being here.
And I should add one thing. The format tomorrow is very different.
Totally different,
Breakout
yes.
groups, there are small group discussions. So we appreciate it.
It'll be in this room, yep.